All right. Good morning. Welcome to our October 4th, 2016 special meeting. Are there any public comments? Seeing none, we'll move into closed session. Good morning. Welcome to our October 4th, 2016 special meeting with the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Can you please stand and join me to the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first, I must point out that we had a closed session agenda this morning, and number one, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, two case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, and there was no action taken. And then also public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, County Administrative Officer Board of Action, and we didn't get time for that one, so we'll meet on that after today's regular agenda. So, let's move into, first of all, do we have the announcements from the board? Okay. We'll move into public comments. Any item of interest to public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Can I have any public comments, please? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to the regular agenda.
Item 3 is from the Planning Department. The Planning Commission recommends the Board of Supervisors accept the recommended draft general plan text and land use diagram as the project description for the purpose of preparing the environmental impact report for the general plan update.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, public. Well, we reached a major milestone here. The Planning Commission has completed its review and editing of the draft general plan, and we are ready for your input and to prepare the project description so we can start with the EIR. As you recall, we released a draft general plan for public comment in December of 2014. We had an approximately 90-day public comment period that ended in March. We then started reviewing all of those comments. There was a special meeting of the board on June 30th where we got some direction on some of the major policy issues and some program issues with the plan. And that gave the Planning Commission, planning staff, some direction of how you wanted to see the plan put together. The Commission has spent the last 15 months reviewing almost line by line the entire document, and we've spent the last 6-7 weeks reviewing the land use map. And what is before you today is the Planning Commission's recommended draft. This is still a draft. This is not necessarily the final version, but this is what we're going to base our analysis on for the EIR. And it's very important that we feel that we're going in the right direction, that we're not going to have major changes to the draft after or during the environmental review process, because if we do, it will almost certainly mean we'll have to do it again. We don't want to have to recirculate the EIR, and we don't want to have potential challenges for changes to the project description that would result in new or changed impacts and new analysis necessary. I can almost guarantee that we will have challenges to the document. It's just the nature of the beast. We want to make sure that we cover all of our bases. But the real important thing today is that you either agree with the Planning Commission or make the changes that you feel are appropriate in order to move this forward into the next step of the process. The EIR will take about a year to complete. The contract says that the draft will be out in 6 months. Once the draft is out, there will be a public comment period. We will need to respond to those comments, and then the final EIR prepared. Once that's done, then we go into adoption hearing process. We'll go through the Planning Commission with the final recommendation to the board. It is my hope that we can get this all done by next year. One of the reasons is that there is new state legislation that just was signed by the governor that creates a new element. If we adopt the general plan after January 2018, then we have to add additional parts to it. There are a number of changes, other changes in state law regarding the general plan. So I don't want that deadline to rush us, but I am hopeful that we can. I don't want to artificially rush us, that we have to meet this deadline. If we need more time to complete this process, let's take the time we need. I'd rather do it right the first time than rush it and have to do it again. But if it's all possible, we can finish it up by next year. That would be wonderful. It's been a long process, but we've really covered some ground in the last year and a half or so, and I'm really proud of the work that my staff, the Planning Commission, has done. So we've got all of the elements, the required elements, as well as some additional, trying to blank on the term, not mandatory elements, as well as community plans for some of the communities. Not all of them. We're still working, and we hope to incorporate Valley Springs and possibly Copperopolis as we go through the process, as long as it doesn't significantly make any changes to the overall direction of the plan. The Planning Commission adopted a vision statement that was brought before you last year. I think in December you reviewed it, and you accepted the Planning Commission's work on that, and that's been the basis of establishing the general plan. I don't think I need to go through all of the document. I think that if you have questions or concerns about anything, we can discuss that. Then it would be appropriate to open up for public comment. I know there are probably several people here that may possibly like to see some additional changes to the plan, and that's their opportunity to address you to consider those. At the end of the day today, I hope that we have a document that we can say, yes, this is our project description. Let's begin the EIR process. We've already set up tentative meetings with our consultant and outside legal counsel to begin that process right away. I want to really jump on this. But if we need more time, if there's a lot of additional public comment or issues that you have concerns, we will definitely take the time that you need to move this forward in a way that is acceptable to the board. It is your plan. It's the county's plan, and you are the policy makers and decision makers for this plan, and so that's why we're before you today. I think with that we have access to the various maps. If we want to zoom in on any particular area, we can do that. We can go through the various elements, and if you've got concerns about any of the text, we can discuss that. So I think at that point I will just shut up and let you guys ask questions.
Okay. Well, I had you print a copy out for me. Thank you for that.
Sure.
And I went through the plan, and I'd like to thank you, Peter, and your staff for going through this process. I think you've done a real admirable job. And and you've done the best job you can possibly do. With that said, I just I have some questions, and then at some point some comments. So if it's okay, I can just go. I'll just go through my comments and questions that I've made here, Chair.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So starting with the introduction, I'm happy to see that there is a vision statement. I did like the older versions of the vision statement better, but at least there is a vision statement in here now, so that's good. I find I need some clarification on the economic development and the kind of the fourth little dot down. Says the general plan will endeavor to preserve the natural beauty of the region, where such preservation efforts will be consistent with the desire for diversified economic growth and the rights of property owners. So it sounds like there was a kind of a sentence there about preserving the nature of the beauty of the region, and then it kind of like got squished into the property rights sentence at the same time. So if you could just maybe clarify what that means. Because I don't know what that means.
I think it's the idea that we're trying to balance protecting the scenic beauty of the county, the resources that we have with economic development. And I think that's the basic gist of any kind of planning process you go through in a city or county. Is there's a lot of competing interests, the ability of property owners to develop their property, to utilize it in an economic way, to encourage economic development, but recognizing also that one of the things that the residents and visitors to this county and people that want to set up a business in this county are attracted to is the scenic beauty. And so this sentence, is trying to say that we want to protect our natural beauty. That's not going to be the overriding policy. The overriding vision is that there are some times when economic development or the rights of property owners may override the desire to protect the natural.
Just that basic.
Yeah.
And then I thought the guiding principles from the 2010 document were much better, had more community involvement in adopting those, and I'd like to see those brought back to put here instead. Although that's probably not going to happen. Also, I wanted to know if we had a final cost estimate on the whole general plan, including back in the day, we spent somewhere around $909,000 on the Mintier general plan draft that never made it to draft form, I guess. And I'd still like to see that released to the public so we could know what we spent all that money and time and how far we got that, how far we got along that, and what it looked like. Because to me, that's a lot of money just in that one report. So we're looking at, I don't know how much, what do you think, $2 million to get here?
Well, $900,000 for the Mintier contract. I think we have around $450,000 on the EIR consultants. We have a time materials contract with Remy Thomas and Moose, or Remy Moose and Manley, the outside counsel, plus whatever staff resources we've spent. We're probably spending about $2 million so far. I'd like to say, as far as the Mintier plan, this was based on the Mintier plan. That was an administrative draft that was, provided to the county. My predecessors looked at it, determined that it wasn't ready. It needed work, and so they worked on it. I picked it up, made additional changes to it. So I would say 50% of this document is the Mintier harness draft, but it just wasn't. It was not. It was not written for Calaveras County. It was written as sort of a generic plan. There were parts of it that were appropriate and parts of it just inappropriate for this county. And so through a long period of review, it was modified, just as the Planning Commission modified my version of the draft. So it's been an iterative process. We took the work that they did, made some modifications. I looked at it, made additional modifications, The public looked at it, we incorporated some of their
No,
modifications.
wait, the public never looked at it. We
The
never
public
saw,
looked
we
at
saw
it.
we never saw the mid-tier draft.
Right,
general
right,
plan.
but the
And
public
that's
looked at the
that-
version that we continued to work on. It
Right.
wasn't like it was just.
But I know, but I mean, there was a point where mid-tier was released from duty.
Right.
And at that point, there was a draft plan that is being called an administrative draft. It was a draft plan in place, and that's the plan that I'd like to be, see, the public be able to see. Here we've just released the addresses of all the marijuana growers in the county to the endless world out there. Yet, here we have a draft general plan that has no danger to hurt anybody in the world, and yet we're not allowing the public to see that document. And so to me, I think we spent $2 million so far and over $900,000 on that plan alone. The public should have a right to be able to see, did we actually spend our money on anything? I mean, was it a good use of money? That $900,000 could go to a lot of different things. We could have hired more deputies, could have spent more on libraries and roads, et cetera. Instead, we spent it on something we've never seen before. We don't know that it was there. We take your word for it, and I trust you that there was something there, but was it really worth $900,000? And I think that we should, as a public and citizens and as taxpayers, have the right to see that. So, okay. So if anybody wants to join me on the board with that, guess not. So moving on page 2 here, growth projections and growth accommodations. I'm wondering how you guys factored in the fire and marijuana issues.
They weren't directly factored in. The long-term projections were based on Department of Finance analysis that they do on an annual basis. This is something we will need to monitor as we move forward. Any time we look at a projection, it's sort of a snapshot in time. And the whole purpose of a plan is to set some goals, figure out how we're going to try to attain those goals, and then monitor it over time to see how we're doing. If we find that either cultivation or the fire or any other change in demographics, economy, whatever it might be, changes how we're moving forward, then we need to adjust the plan.
Yeah, I think we need to look at that because, I mean, that was a huge change, you know, in the background settings and the population, you know, the overall demographics for, especially with the fire. I mean, that was a huge, I mean, it seems like there needs to be something in this plan to say, look, we lost this many houses. How is this, you know, at least responding a little bit to it and saying, well, we don't know exactly, let's, you know, we'll work on that or something, you know, to have a...
And at the time that the Planning Commission reviewed this, it was immediately after the fire. And so we don't have, you know, the knowledge of what the effect was or it may still be. I think that as we go through the EIR process, we'll look at that more closely.
Okay.
And again, we will have a final draft that will be modified based on the information we learned from the EIR.
So that will be addressed in the upcoming versions? Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And maybe that's kind of a moot point. Just when I was reading through here on the land use, page 2, population and growth projections, background and settings, LU2, it has a population of 45,668. And so that's different than the introduction, page 2. And I was just wondering, is that because of the Angels Camp population was factored in that, or is
Yes,
it just?
yes. And we can clarify that. I did add a statement in
Yeah, just
the land use that
make
correlates.
make sure they're
That we can see the-
consistent there. And then moving on to land use, page 3, the land availability. So we're looking at currently the question I have is, we currently have in our existing plan and land use map 51,688 new dwelling units as a maximum potential,
Yes.
and there's another 3,810 units that have been approved but undeveloped in Copperopolis. So that's what's going on right now,
Right.
with the existing. So,
And again, this was a year ago. We have had some changes. The
Right.
conversion of the
Oak Canyon.
you know,
Oak Canyon Ranch to conservation easement obviously takes some of those numbers off the table. Changes to the land use map that the Planning Commission made has provided some changes to those numbers. Those things we will be working out as we move forward. The traffic analysis that will need to be done as part of the EIR will have to correlate those changes in the land use map with our road system. So we will be seeing a new circulation map. It could require additional road improvements that we haven't looked at previously because of changes. So that's the kind of stuff that we will be moving forward. So that's when I say this is a draft. It's not the final version. These kind of corrections will need to be made.
right, and that's why I went through here to make sure that they're going to that I am understanding what's happening and make sure that they are going to be corrected. So getting back down to the next paragraph there,
So at the end of the meeting, or later on when Chris is done, then the board should probably weigh in on these, some of these adjustments that he's asking for. So you're making a note of that, right?
Right, yeah. And again, I think that, some of this text, this background information, isn't necessarily as critical as the policies, the goals. This is important information, and it helps set the backdrop for why the Planning Commission's recommended policies are as they are.
Yeah.
But that's not going to make or break the adequacy of the environmental review, because we will be looking at the numbers when we start the EIR. So these numbers will be updated. And it's just, so keep that in mind as you're looking at the specific numbers of things, that this was from a year ago.
Sure.
And that they will need to be updated. They'll be updated at the last minute before we adopt it as well.
Right.
So,
And so I'm not at this point, I'm not asking for any changes in the, I'm just asking for clarification on how you got to this point and what that means. And so, and following up on that, on the next paragraph, it talks about residential development in the mixed-use community center designations is probably only 20% of maximum potential. Most residential designations are likely to build out at 50% based on historic trends. And so I'm just wondering how you got the 20% and 50% numbers.
the 50% is my experience in looking back at other projects where the land use designation allows and the zoning allows maybe 6 units per acre, but it's rare that we see that type of development in the communities that because of market pressures, physical constraints, a variety of reasons. Typically what we see is about 3 units an acre on average for a suburban type of project. In multifamily, we allow up to 20 units an acre, but it's rare that we'll see anything more than about 10 or 12 units per acre. So that's why I'm using the rough estimate of about 50% build out. When you look at all of the available land and the market for new development within our communities, not only will the properties that do develop out at a lower percentage than the maximum. There's a lot of properties that will not go developed over the lifespan. We have more land available than is necessary to accommodate what we expect. And so some of those lands will just remain undeveloped during the lifespan of this planning window. Maybe 30 or 40 years we'll see it, but not over the next 20 years or so.
Okay. And so mainly it's just kind of your personal experience.
My professional experience. If we had, when we started this before the economic crash, those numbers probably would have been a lot different. But, given what we saw in 2009 and the lack of a major turnaround in Calaveras County since then, those numbers are increasing dramatically right now.
And when you look at, when you do the AIR, will there be a more scientific analysis of that
Yes.
potential?
Yeah. Yeah. We will be looking at the full potential, the cumulative total. We'll need to look at that. But we'll also be looking at, well, what do we expect? So and then come up with the basis for those numbers.
Some type of spelled out rationale for
Yeah.
how you got the,
Yeah.
okay, great. And so then as we end up down here, based on those numbers, we're at a likely build-out scenario is approximately 23,000 new units at the current census rate of 2.4 persons per household. This could accommodate 56,000 new residents. And that would be just on the existing, on the old. Now, I guess that's the thing. I'm just kind of a little bit unclear. That number is the existing land use that before today's draft land use map or any. That's the existing plan, right?
Right.
Is the build out.
This was based on the draft number 4 land use map.
Right, okay.
Since then, the Planning Commission has made changes, so we have, and that's what that note is at the bottom of this section. It says, we will need, these numbers will be adjusted based on the changes.
Yeah, I get
And
that.
any other changes that might be made today.
So we're looking at 56,000 new people in the lifespan of the plan, 20 years or so. Is that?
Well, no, it accommodates.
That could.
Yeah, this
accommodate.
plan accommodates 56 youth. We're expecting about, I think, 9,000 or 10,000.
Okay. And then how many acres of land would that, developed land would that be? That's what I was looking for.
I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Because that would be, to me, that's also critical, because that talks about, that gets into the whole conservation and open space element too. Because how many acres, if we if those 56,000, if they're, depending on their density level and where they build and, all that, could make the county look a lot more suburban.
Could? I mean, where's the scientific evidence based on that?
I don't know. That was just my opinion. I'm not a scientist.
There we go.
I'm just a politician.
We're looking for, facts, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking him. He's the professional, and that's why I'm asking him. How many acres?
Well, the acreage, I agree on with the acreage, but, the comment of, making the county look suburban is a little bit different than acreage.
Well, no, it could look more suburban. It definitely could. Or it could look more, it could be high density. It could look more like a city. It could have 56,000 people in San Andreas, in big
Well,
skyscrapers.
we don't know that, because there's no.
That's what we're trying to figure out. That's why we're making a plan.
So to get sort of an overall picture of what the county looks like, this is the Planning Commission draft. And we have areas that are, all of this green is the the resource production area. So, but we do have areas that are more suburban. Paparopolis, the Valley Springs area, and then the smaller communities throughout the county. So it's definitely a mix.
But I noticed in like other things I've read, there's a lot of times like a kind of a rough acreage that is the build out acreage that would be considered a developed parcels.
Yeah.
And that's what I was looking for. Do you have a acreage? Have you? I mean, you don't have to pull it up right
Yeah,
now.
I don't have those numbers handy. I can certainly get those, and we can post them on our website, and I can get them to you
That'd be
directly.
great. Yeah, thank you. Did you want to? You guys, I have a whole. I want to do the whole plan.
Sure, you got the chair right now, so.
I'll skip over some of this stuff.
Why? Now's your time.
Well, you guys are just sitting here looking at me, so.
No, we're listening.
Just being polite. We're not throwing stuff.
Well, I don't see. I want to.
My comments are on mine, so
Okay.
go ahead and
Okay.
keep going.
Good. You guys have comments too, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. So moving on to the land use goals and policies. So we have on the goal LU2, a land use pattern that allows those who own, operate, or manage the productive resources in the county to maintain open space, wildlife habitat, agricultural lands, mineral resources, and forests. And then below we have the land use policies. And this is kind of a, and I think it can probably, in general, it seems like the overall, and I think this is based on kind of the direction of where the Planning Commission wanted to go, and that is making it a very generic kind of general plan, not having a lot of specifics in it. And so what I end up finding is just too vague overall to really be a good, useful plan. I think we need to have a lot more specifics in it, and especially if we want to maintain our rural nature of Calaveras County. So that's what I'd be looking for, more specifics, especially around the open space. I think that conservation open space, one of the emails we got just today talked about having an open space action plan. I think that's a really good idea. We should have that in there. Then there's also the thing with a lot of these, a lot of the goals and policies. So you have the goals, policies, and the implementation plans. It ends up being that you're going to do a study or a plan in the future. And so I'm really worried about that because there's no timeline on when those plans are going to happen. And they're tied into various goals and policies for the general plan. And so if you don't know when you're going to do them, then I don't know how you can meet the goals and policies necessarily, because there's going to be some goals and policies that are, especially when you're talking about open space, ag, those types of things, but also other ones where, you could have development pressure that happens and eliminates the ability to accomplish that goal. And so I think you need to have some kind of timeline. And I know that you don't want to get into timelines because that opens you up for future lawsuits because you have but somehow you need to go back and maybe look at each of the goals and policies in there and say, is our implementation plans that we've put in place, are those realistic or how do you, I think you need to finesse that a little bit more on, you need a little bit more specific timeline without having a specific timeline, Like, we're going to do this if, like there's thresholds, right? If a certain amount of property has been developed in this area, then we're going to make sure that we do this implementation measure before that happens. That way, you're not necessarily tied to a specific timeline, but you don't eliminate the ability to get the goal or policy accomplished. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, like, just this one example here, the infill land database on LU2D. It's the land use page 20. It says establish and maintain a database of vacant or underused land available to the public to facilitate infill, provide housing opportunities, enhance economic development, which is a good thing to do. But here we have the county assessor is going to be one of those responsible entities. So I'm thinking, well, when the heck is the county assessor going to be able to do that? Because she doesn't have enough, the county assessor doesn't have the money to do, and staff to do what, she needs to do right now. So to me, it seems like we need some type of, when is this going to happen, or how are we going to get the money, something to really address the fact that there's limited capacity in accomplishing that goal there, that policy. And so, and I don't know, like exactly how you're going to do that. But that's why you're the planning director, and not me. But you know that you know, I'm trying to think about how to put that in there so it's legally defensible too for you, because I think I mean, I just can't imagine that ever happening. Can you? Based on the current reality, I mean,
There's a long list of things that we say we want to do and intend to do in this.
Yeah.
And what I see happening in the future is that on an annual basis, we set forth a work program. And we list all of the implementation measures that we say, here's the things we're going to do that require a specific task. And we look at our resources. And the board then says, here are our top priorities. And these are the ones that we want to do. These are the most important things based on what we need to do today. And that then becomes our work program for that next year. And that's sort of it. And that keeps us fresh with the plan. And we say, wait a second, these policies aren't working for us. We need to adjust the plan. We need to modify these measures because something has changed in the county.
but then there's a good chance that none of these things will actually happen, right? Because you'll never the work plan. I mean, it's leaving it up to the board to direct you to do, this huge list of things to do. I mean, I don't see how, and if the board decides that they don't want to do 10 of them, and they want to focus on, whatever it is, then I don't see how you can, how can you guarantee that we're going to get any of it done? Without having specific, a little bit more specific.
Well, I don't know how having any more specificity actually guarantees it anymore that's going to get done.
Well,
It establishes a time frame that says we'd like to do it within this time frame. But again, if we don't have the resources to do it,
right.
then it still doesn't get done.
But it does give us a better idea from the board perspective of the true cost of implementing the plan. Because otherwise, what you're saying is we're not going to implement this plan, right? Unless we were going to implement parts of it, depending on if we have enough money to implement it. See where I'm going?
Right.
Yeah.
Can you build something like that into the plan to where the board is, I don't know if obligated is the right word or not, but obligated to review the plan on an annual basis and prioritize and identify, the top three areas or whatever that is?
It's actually part of the implementation plan anyway.
Right, but I mean, making it more,
Give it more specific teeth, yeah. That's a
making
good
it
idea.
higher up on the list
Yeah.
instead of in the body of implementation. Making it
Possible,
more of a
yes.
priority in the earlier text, you might say.
Yeah. And I have, I'll skip over some of them.
Would it make sense if other members of the board have questions or concerns on the land use element to maybe,
That's-
share those concerns and then move on to the next
That's
element?
kind of what I was thinking, but maybe since you asked for it, maybe you're for it.
I like the way it's written. I believe that the planning commission spent a lot of time on this. There was a public process around that planning commission, every planning commission meeting. And from what I'm reading right here, I understand their intent, and I like it very much so far. So I like your idea of, as we move on into the future, things change, just like the fire came, and that kind of changed things a little bit, and we have to react to that. So that this allows us to react to that without being tied to something else. And I actually like that very much, to leave it up to the option of the time and how what we go through as we move on. So far, very good.
I don't have a lot of big questions, but some things that I wanted to ask. The community plans, obviously, there's two that are have been mentioned, and they're not in here. And when we talked about doing this many months ago, it was there'd be a way to put a parking space, so to speak, for them to come in. That still exists, correct, without a big upheaval doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
We can add any of the community plans either at some point in this process, if we can get them to the Planning Commission and then to you, we can add them to the project description before we get too far along on the process, as long as they don't significantly change the overall direction of the plan. Otherwise, they can be added as amendments to the plan later on. And I think that's sort of what we're seeing, particularly along Highway 4 corridor in District 3 and 4. That, we haven't really started any process yet. That's not going to be something that's going to happen as a part of the general plan update now, but I certainly would love to see updated community plans for all of those communities as well. And I think the citizens of those communities would like to weigh in and look some specifics for their community as well. There's been a lot of work already done in Valley Springs and Copperopolis, and I think that's something that could be incorporated, could be. I'm not saying guarantee it will be, but it could be, given where we're at today.
And I like the idea of making sure that it goes through open and public planning commission meetings, because everybody then can step forward and have a discussion on it without feeling uncomfortable, I think, in some cases. And so I actually like that very much. Thank you.
This is, and I don't mean to seem petty, but there's a reason behind it. In the title of, when you get to the community plan portion, it says Rancho Calaveras / Jenny Lynn Community Plans. Is it possible to put Rancho Calaveras Special Plan? And I'm going to tell you why. It's called the Rancho Calaveras Special Plan, and it's not per se in here. The elements are, thank you very much and thanks to the Planning Commission for getting them in there. But I think it's important to note that this document exists so that 20 years from now, when this is updated one more time, they refer to that historical document and compare it to here. So that document doesn't cease to exist. Mm-hmm. At least I've done my part to make sure that it continues. Because they truly have never had a community plan, Peter. They have a special plan.
Right. What we call is probably immaterial. The fact is that by adoption of the new general plan, these older community plans go away. They will be rescinded. And so this supersedes that plan, as well as all the other community plans that are out there that that exist. All the other community plans or special plans that have been previously adopted.
Well, they do cease
so
to
the history is still there. The fact that there was, a special plan adopted for Rancho, a community plan adopted 1970-something in Valley Springs, and the various plans in Highway 4, that's all history and there. But they no longer have any effect. These policies, whatever is adopted a year from now, become the law of the land. That is the general plan. And so by calling it a special plan doesn't make that old special plan have any greater or lesser importance. It's a certain important part of the history of the development of that area and the planning that has gone into that over the past decades.
And I understand what you're telling me. I guess, trying to be a soothsayer 20 years from now, I can see a group of people in Rancho Calaveras sitting down at the table just like I just witnessed in the last year and a half, and pulling out the Rancho Calaveras special plan that I personally typed and updated. And so they're going to have that, and somebody's going to get the general plan and compare that. And I think that'll be the historical document they use to update the general plan 20 years from now, I guess. And honestly, so will all the community plans.
Right.
If they wrote a community plan, those documents are not going to cease to exist. They're going to pull those out. So
Right.
that's what I'm getting at. It may seem kind of petty, but it really isn't to me. But if there's any way to adjust that or the wordage or something. So if we take this document today and recognize the good and hard work that the Planning Commission's done and we okay it going forward during the EIR process, if things are discovered, can we adjust those?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, because I can almost, I can remember a lot of the constituency requests for land use adjustments on the map, but I can almost guarantee that once this goes forward, somebody's going to go, oh, I didn't request that. So we could bring that forward again. And
the biggest risk, minor adjustments, we will be, as part of the EIR process, there will be an identification of potential impacts and how we might mitigate those impacts. When we get back around the process, the ultimate decision is going to be which of those measures do we want to adopt, which policies do we change, which ones don't we change, and then we make specific findings of why we adopted these and not those. We can also make land use map changes. The biggest risk we run is to making significant changes at the end of the process. So if there's map changes that we can do, major map changes that you feel are appropriate, let's do those today. But we can do minor adjustments. It just, it's a spectrum, and you never really know how far, you change one 30-acre parcel from 10s to 5s, that's not going to be a big deal. You have a 3,000-acre parcel, and you're going to change that from resource production to a community center. That's a fairly significant change, and that could affect the EIR process. So, yes, there will be changes that we make, and people that have not been engaged in the process suddenly become aware that, oh, this is not what I want for my property, and they will be petitioning us at the end of the process to make changes. We can do that, but with some care that we don't go too far. And we won't know how far we can go until someone challenges us. And so that's sort of a big unknown at this point.
thank you, I'm good with that. And I understand where you're getting going with it. I'm done at the moment with my comments. Just a thank you for bringing it forward onto the Planning Commission also. This was a Herculean effort and accomplished what couldn't be done for many years prior.
On LU 5E, is there a possibility to add in there the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce?
Certainly.
Is everybody okay with that?
Say what again?
Sure. LU 5E under workforce. Coordinate with Motherlode Workforce Investment Board, Motherlode Job Training, Calaveras Economic Development Company, community college districts, and other entities to assist developing workforce training programs. So I would like to add Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with that. It's fine.
Yeah.
And we did have a consensus, so I don't let it go, that there's going to be something written in here for an update, at least biannually.
Oh,
Annual.
I think annual.
it's a work plan. It's,
Okay.
where's that implementation plan? Really?
As I was breezing through that, I could not find it.
I saw it in there somewhere.
It's the very first
Yeah.
measure, LU1A on page 19.
It's right here on page 19. And it says annual work plan.
Okay, I believe you.
Jerry, you can read it again.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then the general plan review is every 5 years.
Sure. At least, very good. You're hopeful.
At least.
Smiling. So that's 4 times, 3 times, and then maybe.
Well, ideally, what we will do is, as things change, we make minor adjustments, and you don't have to go through this every 20-year exercise that takes $2 million
11.5 years to do.
and 15 years to accomplish.
Are you going to be here in 20 years?
I hope so. Maybe not sitting in this chair, but I hope to be here.
Dedication. Yeah, I'll tell you.
I've reviewed the plan. I'm comfortable the way it stands right now, and I'm very impressed with the job that planning has done, their staff, the planning commissioners. Job well done. I do appreciate the flexibility of the plan. Although I would like to hear from the public when it comes public comment time. Debbie?
Okay. Couple of things. First, I too want to thank you, Peter, and your staff and the Planning Commission, and special thank you to District 4 Planning Commissioner Kelly Wooster and the time and energy spent into going over this on a probably line-by-line item. And especially appreciate the members of the public who have attended the meetings as well and offered their input along the way. A couple of things I want to just clarify. When we talked about the community plans, it's my understanding Copperopolis is not included, but through the EIR process, it's possible that that will be looked at.
Not through the EIR process per se, but getting this document up to you has been my number one priority. I've been in discussion with members of communities to say, okay, what else can we do? How can we add those in before it's too late so it can be incorporated into it? That's sort of what my next goal is, to try to figure out how we can get those in without delaying the EIR process, delaying the overall adoption process.
So working these two community plans, from what I understand, kind of working on those as the EIR is moving forward, and at some point, how that can be, those plans be included without disrupting.
Right.
the entire
There's
process.
some logistical, procedural issues that I'll need to address and discuss with council and make sure that we don't eventually, change the rules of the game as we're in the process. But if we can get those done fairly rapidly, then we should be able to incorporate those.
Okay.
I'm a little distracted with another big issue, too.
Yeah. I like that process. The concern, and I think it's, with the Oak Canyon project, in that they're moving forward with a conservation plan. Will that automatically be taken out of this relook of the Copper Community Plan because we know that's in the works? Or do we have to include that as we look at the Copper Community Plan?
Right now, it's included only because that easement has not been finalized yet. It's unfortunate, the timing, that that could change, and I'm hoping that that's supposed to be resolved within the next month or two, and that and then part of the approval of the board's approval of the state using state money for the purchase of the conservation easements was that they're going to come back and apply for an amendment to the general plan and rescission of that development agreement. Once that's done, then we can include that change into this draft. But right now, we have a development agreement that is still valid, and if for whatever reason that conservation easement doesn't get finalized, Mr. Rolla decides to sell the property, I mean, it's a remote possibility, but it is a possibility. There is a legal binding agreement the county has with the property owner to develop it as the specific plan calls out. And
So
until
even
that's
though-
done, we have to recognize the fact that that's there.
All right. So
We
that
also
still
understand
stays-
that it's going away, but it hasn't gone away yet.
Right. There could always be something at the last
Yeah.
minute or so that it falls through. So, okay, I just, as we move forward, both in the EIR and developing the community plan, making it known that this is in the works as we move forward in this endeavor. In here, you talk about active special plans, I guess. And I want to, I guess I lost my page, but it really relates to the developer agreements. To my understanding, there are 2 on the books for the county, and that's Saddle Creek and Oak Canyon.
Right.
So that's it throughout the county.
That's correct. Just
Okay.
2 specific plans.
Okay. And those are specifically developer agreements?
They both have development agreements, and a specific plan is a term of art that's used in the government code. It's a refinement of the general plan. It's a part of the general plan, but it has certain requirements that sort of go beyond what is required of a general plan.
Okay.
There's financing agreements. There's a number of different, much more detailed planning documents that go into it.
So the correct terminology is really a specific plan,
Specific
not
plan,
a
yes.
developer plan?
Right, specific
Okay.
plan.
Okay. I just needed that clarification and knowing that, I always hear like we have more developer plans than what I'm hearing today. So there are 2 on the books officially with 1 that's,
I'm trying to remember if, does Tuscany have a development agreement? Okay, so, well, that's not part of a specific plan, as I recall. But we do have, I think there's 4 or 5 development agreements that we have, which is just simply a contractual agreement between a property owner and the county that a certain level of development will occur and can occur in the future. That it sort of binds the county from changing during the term of the development agreement, which is usually about 20 years, the rules in which they play. It also binds the developer into certain improvement requirements, and so it's a mutually agreed upon program for development over a long term. Typically, these kinds of projects take more than the typical 3 years or 5 years that you would have for a tentative map or the 2 years for a conditional use permit. These are long-term projects that require a lot of financing arrangements and infrastructure improvements that take a long time to do.
right.
And so,
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, that's, just wanting that point of clarification because, if we have these 2 specific plans and they're Oak Canyon and Saddle Creek, that's fine. We know what's in there because I know down in Copperopolis area, so much of that was tied to, road fees and, on and on and on in regards to fees with construction. But then, just in the last year, and I'm going to call it a development agreement, to where a developer was released of his obligation to improve upon a road. So, that would affect, to me, the EIR process as we're moving forward, because if that agreement was in place, that would have to be considered somewhere in the process, I would think. So I just wanted to make it clarified in my mind, and, that if, do we have any of those other kinds of agreements that need to be considered as we move forward in this process of the EIR, et cetera?
not to that scale. I mean, there's any number of existing approved projects, entitlements that property owners have, tentative maps, that they have the right to, if they comply with the conditions, file for a final map and create those lots. The general plan does not get into that level of detail as far as individual projects, other than those larger scale specific plan type projects, because they have the ability to affect the entirety of the plan. So a condition here, a condition there on a tentative map would not be looked at the level, the 5,000 to 10,000 foot level, looking down on the entirety of the county.
Okay.
The policies would then provide some direction to the county as what to do in those cases. what type of road infrastructure is necessary? How do we ensure that pedestrians can get from home to school? Those are the kind of things that are then applied on a project-by-project basis.
Don't we already address that through traffic studies and that sort of things, those sort of things that are required?
That's all part of the development review process for each project, yes.
Which was done. We've done that right.
Right.
Peter, maybe if you like talk about what a development agreement is, specifically, rather than in generic terms.
Is the development, are there development agreements in this general plan that, is that what we're talking about?
Explain the definition.
So a development agreement is a contract between the county and a property owner that essentially says that you have the right to develop, the property owner has the right to develop this land as we've approved it over a certain time period. And the county won't change the zoning, won't change the general plan, will allow the continued development as identified in the plan, in the agreement. And the developer will make certain improvements, and sometimes identifies public improvements that are necessary to serve that project, and typically sets out a time frame or a threshold. By the time you reach 300 homes, this road needs to go in. By the time you reach 500, the new sewage treatment plant will need to go in. So those kinds of things are negotiated based on the specifics of the project that's being looked at. And then there are follow-up discretionary actions that the county would take when they come in for a standard map, and we would review those maps for consistency with the terms of the agreement. And so you might have a specific plan that identifies 1,000 units and 20 acres of commercial development with 500,000 square feet. And if they come in with a project that is consistent with that, then we are essentially compelled to approve that project. But we need to make it finding consistency, and there's certain potential thresholds that are established as part of that agreement.
But it's a very specific legal agreement. It's not like a generic term of like we had an agreement with the developer to do, to come.
No, this is a signed contract that comes before the board,
right,
and is a legal document, binding document.
Yeah.
That's why these two plans that are in place, specifically in Copperopolis area, need to be accounted for as we do the EIR and things along that line.
And the only way to change those agreements would be through mutual agreement and coming back to the county, come back to the board for action by the board to modify it.
And you're talking an amendment to the
development agreement. Yeah.
Not the general plan.
Not the general plan. Yes.
Okay. When we talk about, fire and cannabis, will we take a look at tree mortality at some point in this process of the EIR?
I'm sure we will be looking at the EIR process, yeah.
Okay. LU .5A, it's adopting a telecommunication facility ordinance consistent, da-da-da-da-da. Do we not have something like that now?
No. We've been working on trying to enhance our ability to provide communications.
Right.
And it's a challenge with remote, widespread population in rural terrain. But we do not have a comprehensive ordinance. We have standards, as and provisions in the zoning code as far as cell towers, but not something as sort of comprehensive as we would like it. Not only regulates, but also sort of helps develop and encourage those kind of communication facilities.
That would probably be in the top 3 of mine
Oh, yeah.
to take a look at and develop on an annual basis. Let's see here. I wrote down LU4A. So as we talk about specific plans, community plans, developer agreements, adopt a community design guideline. So we don't have anything like
have-
that now countywide?
We have one for the community of McCollum Hill.
Okay,
Right now, what we have in place is the requirement for plan development for many of the communities. That requires that development come through the planning commission through a discretionary action. What we find that most developers want is some level of certainty. What is it the county wants to see? We can design around, use those design guides to design something. Tell us what it is you want to see. The struggle is that, well, we'll sort of know it when we see it. So we'll run you through the process, and you get to the planning commission, and well, we don't like this. And so then they're back to the drawing board. There is also, and this has some positive attributes as well as negative. There's the time constraints of going through a discretionary hearing process for plan development, the site review process. What it also wants to do is build a commercial building in an area that's already zoned commercial. And so that can streamline the process, but also can sometimes cause conflict in a community where someone doesn't want a certain development. Establishing design guidelines or design standards, when the community is involved in that, is a very effective way to ensure that the community is engaged in how they want their community to look, establishing those standards, but then allowing the development to come in on a more expedited process so that they're not delayed through lengthy hearings and appeals and all that. As long as they meet those standards, then they can move forward. And that's the goal of that program, that policy, is to adopt those standards so that, and that would be something that we would have to work on in the future. And it's time consuming to develop those, but then once it's in place, then it can assist in the development process.
so it helps the developer know what
Yeah.
county is looking for. So,
Or the actual community, so like in Moak Hill, I know, they have a really cool standard, or really cool guidelines.
Right.
And it fits that community. The community all got together and decided what those guidelines could look like. It doesn't, so then that way, a person comes in and they want to build something, then they have something to go by that, automatically allows them to see some kind of a guideline of what it could be.
correct. So what I see with that is that in the area of Moak Hill, because the Calaveras County didn't have a design, Moak Hill created their own, and that was acceptable and eventually approved by the board.
Right.
So because this is one of those things, kind of what Chris says, it's a warm fuzzy thing to develop, but the general plan might be 10, 15 years into it before something like this gets maybe approved. Meanwhile, a community can still go about developing their own style, you might say.
Yes.
Because I know in Copperopolis, this was a lot of discussion about, do we want street lamps to look this way? Do we want the color? Do we want 4-lane roads, 2-lane roads, roundabouts, stop signs, stop lights, et cetera, et cetera. So all that can kind of go into a design per se.
Yes, until standards are adopted, it would be sort of on a case-by-case basis that, as a project moves forward through the normal public hearing process.
But what I think what you're getting at, if I'm correct, is that a community like Copper or Valley Springs or whoever, like McCollum Hill did, they developed their own, and then they came to the board for approval, with the planning department, and this is, over the course of decades, so it's kind of
A community might be able
But-
to move quicker than.
But a community could, if
Yeah.
the community came together and decided, we want to do this now, they could start, doing this, and then it would be, backed up by the general plan here, so.
Right.
So it's guidelines, right?
Guidelines, yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to move ahead a little bit. PR 2.4, the right to farm. I know this was kind of brought forward when Cliff and I don't know how long ago, within the last year, met with the Ag Coalition, and this was a very important component to them in establishing the right to farm. So I see it identified here, but it relates back to, we have an ordinance. I'm going to get to that section. I understand we have an ordinance right now that is a right to farm.
Yes.
All right. But there's something within that ordinance that needs to be maybe reviewed and changed.
What page was that on?
But in the,
what page?
part of the general plan, though, it does say.
RP 6.
It does say that.
RP, Resource
RP.
Production 6.
Yeah, it does say that part of the general plan goal is to go in and update, take a look at these ordinances and update them.
So does it say that on ordinances?
Is there something specific you want to add there? Is that what you're thinking about?
Well, as we've talked about cannabis, whether it is a right to farm issue or not, we talk a lot about it in here. So it just says continue to maintain. Here it is, RP 2.4. Continue to maintain a county right to farm ordinance recognizing the right, da-da-da-da-da. So I'm assuming then if we have an ordinance, that's going to be a separate
An ordinance amendment would be a separate action. And if there's changes to an ordinance, I can think of countless ordinances that need to be
Right.
amended.
The EIR is not going to
No.
focus
But if you,
in on that.
but if you wanted to direct the ordinance,
thank
to make the correction to add cannabis to that, that's where you would want to have this policy or goal to say, update the right to farm ordinance to include cannabis production, right? Is that?
But it doesn't say grapes or olives.
Right, but those are already in there.
I don't think it's necessary to put that in the general plan unless you really think that's appropriate as an overall county general plan policy. At the time that we update, and if the board's direction is to make that one of my work program priorities, then we would draft a revision to the right to farm ordinance and include whatever changes that you would direct us to include. What this is saying is, at the broader level, we're going to keep an ordinance that tries to do these things. And we can adjust that ordinance in any way we think is appropriate as long as it's consistent with this general language of this policy. And I think that getting too much into the details of what an ordinance says in the general plan policy itself gets us sort of lost in the weeds as far as the level of detail that ought to be in a general plan policy compared to the detailed level of ordinance language.
And I would agree. I mean, I look at the general plan as kind of this broad statement, kind of giving us that roadmap to follow, and then we have breakouts of an ordinance or whatever it might be. I just, mention that because that was lots of discussion during the time of the urgency ordinance, whether or not it was a product of right to farm. As I look at areas in here, we do mention cattle and grapes and walnuts and so on. So not necessarily as it refers to a right to farm, but as we take a look at ag lands versus range lands versus timberlands, those kinds of things. So, that is, I think, an ordinance that I'd like to see this board take a look at, the right to farm, because I remember back then there was some additional questions about what that really meant. We look at RP 2.2 when we talk about land use practices and marketing, and we mention Calaveras grown and farm to table. I didn't see mention in here, like Farm Bureau or Cattlemen's Association. So is there a reason why these two were noted and not other kinds of ag-related organizations?
Could we
This was focused on the marketing component of, and then those two organizations, Farm to Table is an organization that is more of a concept, is something that's relatively new that is really trying to promote the direct use of local produce in local restaurants and things like that. So I know that there's a number of different organizations that support the various industries. This was specifically looking at the marketing component of local produce.
The Farm Bureau does quite a bit of marketing, actually, along with Cattlemen's Association, too. I mean, would it be okay?
There was no reason why it was left
Yeah,
out.
just-
We could add,
I mean, I see it kind of the broad picture of it, but, when I look at organizations between those two, Cattlemen's Association and Farm Bureau, not only are they local, state, national resources, I guess. So, and I know, through the Butte Fire, I learned of many more resources. So I think if we list them all, it's going to probably miss something, but those two come to mind because of their abilities to work both local, state, and national.
Could it be said more generically, so it doesn't call anything particular?
well, this, again, it's based on the Calaveras grown right to farm to table and similar concepts promoted by agricultural organizations such as the Farm Bureau, et cetera, et cetera. We could add a line like that if that helps. That's what you'd like to see.
But they all have they all have concepts.
Right.
Yeah, I just guess question why those two and not others. So I don't have a problem with that. I just
Well, those are just ones that came to mind. I think they were identified by the organization that sort of helped develop the ranch marketing or the resource production element. Trying to blank on the group that the
What group was that?
someone help me out. The
the
Ag Advisory Committee or the Ag Coalition. The Ag
Yeah.
Coalition, which is a group of people in different fields of agriculture in the county that helped develop the early drafts of this element.
So could we add Farm Bureau and Cattlemen's Association?
Sure.
Would that be okay?
You mentioned in 2018 there's a new element. What is that new element?
Economic justice element.
What does that mean?
To the best of my knowledge, and again, it just passed, I really haven't done any research on it, it is looking at communities within a jurisdiction that are disadvantaged and trying to ensure that they have as much opportunity for economic development as other parts of the county or city. I think it's primarily geared towards urban areas where you have neighborhoods that are downtrodden and there's not much economic development. They have things like food deserts where there's no local grocery stores. Transportation is poor. Little different situation up here, but as you recall, we have local communities that are I can't remember the technical term, but sort of historic disadvantaged communities that based on the population and income level, that they are below a certain threshold. And so we've sort of addressed that already, but without getting into the nuances of the law and sort of figuring that out over the next year. I'm not sure exactly how we would address that. I'm sure there will be lots of analysis, and as I get together with my colleagues in other counties and we figure out how we're going to address this in the future, we'll learn a lot more about it. but is primarily making sure that we don't focus all of our resources in areas that have economic resources and a lot of development going on, and ignore those areas of the community that don't have that, and ensure that we work towards providing an equality between our communities.
Interesting.
Yeah. How we do that, I don't know.
Okay.
And again, I'm, other than learning about this the other day, realizing that it will be a mandated element starting January 2018. That's about all I know about it.
Okay, thank you.
Back-
did-
I'm sorry, Debbie, back to RP 2.2. Should we also include the Resource Conservation District in there?
Sure.
It does say encourage, innovative, and that's like education and support, so that's basically what
Sounds good to me.
once you do that.
And I do want to follow up on 2.4. When I look at RP-2B, gets back to that right to farm ordinance where it does say the direction is to update.
Yeah, that's on RP page 11.
Yes, and it's to include reference to the county's right to farm provisions on parcel and subdivision maps approved for locations in or adjacent to agricultural lands. Redefine protected agricultural land to include land designated as resource production in the general plan or zone agricultural per the county code. Cross-reference and ensure consistency between multiple code sections addressing agricultural uses. So I think those were some of the gray areas when we were taking a look at cannabis and how that might fit into that.
Yeah.
So that's where that would be addressed. So, thank you. That's all I have at the moment.
Okay, I'd like to take about, at least a 5-minute break.
Can I make one quick thing first?
Sure.
Okay, on RP 2D, agriculture best management practices, RP page 11, investigate interest in establishing a Calaveras County Resource Conservation District. So we did that.
You've done. Accomplished.
All right, now can we take a break? 5 minutes.
Well, we're 90 miles an hour on this.
We already accomplished something.
How about that?
So it's just kind of funny.
All right. Let's continue. See, we left off with Debbie, right? Are you finished, or do you have any more?
No, I'm finished for now.
Mike?
Just one quick note. Mr. Mauer, on community plans. I did a little review on that. I understand we have 8 community plans that aren't included in this, but they are out of date, and they have to be updated. Then we're going to be looking at putting them in.
So the plan would be to update those other community plans and then add them to the general plan at such time as they're completed.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was
Yeah.
the situation.
Which ones are those, other than Valley Springs and Copperopolis?
This district.
Oh,
Highway 4
Your district?
Murphy's, Arnold,
Arnold,
Avery.
Murphy's. Those plans need to be updated.
Okay.
Some, I think Avery's like 30 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Steve?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Good?
Are we on to the circulation element now?
Sure.
Okay. So I just have to throw in my pitch for roundabouts. I think roundabouts should be considered. They're not that socialistic anymore. They're even found in Modesto and Galt, so and they work really well. So
There's one in Tracy.
yeah.
It doesn't work well at all.
No, well, they don't always work. That is true. I know that when I was up in Arcata, they had some problems with one of the ones they built, and they had to adjust it, make adjustments to it. So they're not perfect, but they should be considered as part of the traffic calming measures and traffic flow plan in the future, because especially the ones I saw down in Modesto and Galt, they had like nice little art, around the center of it, and it just makes, and the traffic flow was really smooth, and it looked good, and I don't know, it gives us something to, in the next 20 years, hopefully, we can at least explore that. It's not so a roundabout pitch. On the page C3, and this is probably a lot of other stuff, you refer to like state transportation planning, State Route 26 transportation concept report, Caltrans District 10, June 2003. Is that all online if I just Google that while I find it?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them are on Caltrans website, some of them are on the local CalCog.
Okay. I figured I just want to make sure if I ever really got bored. On C9, page C9, you talk about the identify a new facility on 49 near 26 in McCollum Hill to be a good location for future study for the car and van pools. Are you thinking Wendell's, the parking lot there?
Sorry.
Well, that's I think people use it already for drop-off points and stuff.
I don't know that there's any specific site we're looking at. We're just thinking that is a focal point there where a lot of traffic comes down from Highway 26, comes up from 49, and and a lot of people that commute over to Amador
There's
County.
no place in just kind of that.
Yeah, no specific location.
Okay. And then on the bottom of the page, you talk about the Calaveras County Pedestrian Master Plan and the Bicycle Master Plan. And somewhere in here you, and I should have written it down, you have an implementation plan that talks about developing these. So just double check or maybe reference that there is one. And if I come across that, I'll let you know where I saw it.
I think it's program C5A,
Is that?
Bicycle Pedestrian Plan, on page C19.
Yeah. Yeah, so it just seems like we already have referenced it in our background report here. So, I don't know, maybe it needs to be updated or more inclusive.
Yeah, maybe the word should be update rather than adopt.
Yeah, see, it saves you some time. If we have adopted, maybe we haven't adopted.
No, these are all adopted plans.
Okay.
So consensus, we change that word on page 19 to update rather than adopt.
I don't know. I have consensus. But it doesn't seem like they care.
I know through COG we have adopted.
Right. So I think it would be more accurate to say update rather than
Yeah.
adopt. I mean, if we got one from 2002, that's 14 years old, we probably need to update it.
Okay. Well, if it's, then it's page C11. And it happens over and over, the extent practicable, over, and I know you kind of addressed that, language, but I'm still not sure it's exactly, when it comes to legally defending this plan, and you would know better than I, if that's actually legal language.
Where are you at, Chris?
I'm on page C11, policy C1.2, and there's a whole bunch of these kind of saying, like, we're going to do it if it works out for us or everybody, kind of maybe. And so why even? I mean, I'm just worried that leaves us open in a lawsuit.
The intent here was that these policies are not so hard and fast that there's not flexibility in there when we look at unique circumstances. So there's a general rule of, it's a court case, went up to the, I think, state Supreme Court, that said that there are policies that are mandatory, specific, and fundamental, that you must find that you are consistent with those policies. Otherwise, a project approval that's not consistent with that could be inconsistent with the general plan. And so typically what you would do, you look at all the policies, the entirety of the general plan, and there's going to be, occasionally where it fits this really well, but maybe not this here. But in general, if you make, 14 out of 18 policies, that's okay. If a couple of policies aren't exactly, fitting that, well, that project doesn't fit those policies. But there are some policies that have been determined to be fundamental, specific, and mandatory, that you must comply with that policy. And so the idea here is that it's not so specific that we don't have the flexibility of looking at unique circumstances where that kind of standard just doesn't work there. That's the reason for that language. And that's that kind of language is not out of the ordinary for general plans.
It just really stands out to me. I think if at all possible, you could remove some of that language. Use it a little bit less often. That would be great.
That was language that was specifically added by the Planning Commission. I mean, it was in the language. I know there was some amendments to that because there was a lot of discussion. Is it practicable or practical?
Yeah, no, that's why I was having difficulty.
And it was practicable is the right word.
Good. Yeah. Well, right. That's okay.
Peter, on programs, roadway transportation, C2C, it says Valley Springs bypass. Is there a way to maybe possibly rename that to C17 to a Valley Springs circulation realignment or something like that, not necessarily bypass?
Yeah, I actually have that one too.
Yeah. Is there a word that you prefer?
Well, it would be more like a circulation realignment because there are a lot of different ideas around that. And
Yeah.
bypass is probably not one of them.
Yeah, I think that's good because like what I know the city of Jackson, was impossible to build a full bypass, but they were able to improve their circulation by just adding, connecting two roads that existed.
Different realignments.
Yeah, it worked. It solved the political problem.
And so I'm happy. Thank you very much for making sure that that's in there. I think that's really important.
We could make that change.
Thank you.
What number was that?
C2C on page 17.
C17 under programs, roadway transportation.
And actually following up on what he was talking about there, on page C14, and it's goal or policy C215. The county shall work to facilitate acquisition of rights-of-way to construct alternate. So I think that's more of a implementation measure. I mean, it just seems like that's not a policy, you're actually doing stuff. Implementing what he was talking about back here, rather than having it be a goal. But I'm not, that was just...
I think that's a good point.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Consensus.
Okay.
So move that or maybe combine that with C2C.
C2 what?
The one that you brought up, C2C.
2.15, county shall work to facilitate acquisition of rights of way to construct. I would agree that is more of an implementation measure than it is a policy. I think that would work well to combine that language with the Valley Springs circulation realignment program or measure.
All right, and it just covers everything. Okay.
So I have a request to add a policy, or maybe a goal, I'm not sure how we want to word it, but there's I have a lot of special road districts in my district that we're supposed to deal with, and I think that throughout the county, I'm familiar with mine and District 2 more, but I think we need to recognize that those along with the private road system, do facilitate a lot of circulation for our citizens. And so I think we need to work on a plan of how to help these special districts deal with their roads. Because, I mean, during the fire, that's, some of those roads were not county-maintained roads. They were special district or had nothing at all on them. And that, during emergencies, can be a real problem. And so I know there's an added cost that the county wants to stay away from. But I do think we need to have, some type of acknowledgement that this exists and needs to be addressed. Like maybe a system in, maintaining or monitoring the maintenance of the roads for safety and evacuation, et cetera.
On private?
On the special road districts and private, because we're basically saying those are private, they're not county property. We don't tell them what to do. Well, we do tell them what to do, but we don't maintain them. I mean, there's no cost to the county to do that. But during emergencies, there's a real problem, and during even development, there's a real growth and development. There's a real issue there because they exist, and we're basically in this plan, as far as I can tell, ignoring that reality. And so I think we need to put in something that addresses that we acknowledge their existence and we'd like to help them to the extent possible that we can afford it or whatever word, but just something in there so we're not completely forgetting them.
So a policy coordinate with special road districts and private road maintenance organizations to ensure
Evacuation plans or maintenance.
emergency access, egress, and ingress, and long-term maintenance, along those lines.
Yeah. That's a big problem in my district.
I don't know if we can do that.
I'm trying to, in my mind, figure that one out myself.
Yeah, I know it's a tough one, but it's just one of those like on the ground realities.
I mean, I could see noting it and then, doing a little bit of research on it and then later on bringing it back and discussing it. But because even CSAs, and if they were, like for instance, in Old Immigrant area, they have their own, their own maintenance on their roads too, and they were pretty severely impacted during the fire. But it's up to that group to go out and search for funding and search for whatever they could get to be able to make sure that those roads are.
Oh yeah, I know, and I know I get. I mean, like one of the most popular calls I got before, the cannabis, the dead trees, and fire was, why wasn't the county out here, fixing my road? It's because they bought a place on a private road. But I still think that to ignore that fact that all those people live out there, our general plan for the whole county is a mistake. So if you want to work on it and bring it back, that's understandable too.
He said it might be.
Nowhere in this update does it recognize that they exist.
I didn't see it.
Well, I haven't either, and that's why I'm asking.
And it seems like the appropriate place would be under the roadway system, page C12.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Basically, you're just asking us to recognize that they're there, right?
And to help, especially help, develop. What I'm really concerned about is the safety element part of it. Well, even more than just the pure circulation, but the evac routes, and because what happens, you have these districts that are, you have very few people, like the 3 cent flat road district. You're talking about very few houses out there, so it's really difficult, for in the Middle River District, they definitely need some more assistance when it comes, especially to the
And
EVAC.
maybe under section C2.3, where we talk about maintaining a classification system of existing and future state and county roads based upon function and expected traffic volumes, maybe expand on that a little bit more, identifying.
Yeah, that's really something quite different.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
yeah.
I think that if we wanted to go this way, a separate policy would be appropriate. And I think along the lines of what Supervisor Wright is suggesting, that I don't think there's, without committing resources to, fixing the roads.
Yeah.
But there may be something where if we, sort of have a coordinated effort, we look at new developments occurring and it's going to be affecting these roads, maybe the new development, participates with the road maintenance organization. I mean, we do that today, but have that in the policy. Or there could be grant programs available for road improvements, particularly if it's a safety issue for emergency ingress and egress. That going through the county to get the grant, where we're sort of the conduit of federal or state money that goes to an organization, is not a cost to us necessarily, other than some administrative costs. But we could. I don't know what would happen, what specific we would do at this point, but a policy that recognizes there are a lot of private roads as well as independent road maintenance organizations that are the responsible entity for these roads, and the county is not.
But we're responsible for the safety as well.
But we are responsible for
of
the safety,
people
exactly.
Using it.
Yes.
So that's where, and maybe it's a safety element policy.
We're responsible for the safety and welfare of the people that use the private roads.
Yeah.
Whereas,
That's because we're responsible for the safety and welfare of all of our people.
so,
Yeah.
so somebody drives
It's like
on,
the fire, that's why we did all the
so
fire.
somebody
plans.
drives on my property, on my private road, then the county's responsible.
No, that's not what I said. Like you talk about this all the time, like you need to help people out with the fire, you back and all that stuff. That's what did you get that?
Maybe under C2, we just have an addition that says something to the effect, the county recognizes a number of roads maintained directly by the residents, CSA 1, namely CSA 1, CSA 2, 3, 4, whatever, and it lists them. Is that possible? I mean, I know it's possible. Is that?
I don't know that listing them is necessarily, such a great idea.
Just
Important.
note
Just
that
identify
C2
that they're
they're
there, and
We need to do something about it.
It says,
We'll figure it out.
It says, and adequately serves existing and planned land uses. So, that covers it.
Well, but but I mean, in the policies, none of the policies address that issue. It's just not being addressed. It's an issue out there that exists. We're developing this general plan for 20-something years. I think we should at least mention it.
I thought C 2.1 kind of addresses it. It requires new development that has potentially significant traffic impact to conduct a transportation impact analysis.
Yeah, that's different though than, especially.
Studies guidelines to verify the ability.
Yeah. That's much different than what I'm talking about. So if you can work that in there somewhere.
I think that,
I think if there's consensus that something should be in there, I can work on some language, either, during lunch break and at the end we can bring it back, or we'll just sort of add it. And then, if you're comfortable with, a general statement of we want to address private roads and non-county maintenance organizations, just to recognize that they're there and to, coordinate with them. That finalized language can be, looked at through the EIR process and adjusted
Yeah.
based on what's.
I'd say just add it.
Yeah.
I would
Yes.
too, because
Yeah, you know where the board doesn't want anything specific to get us, you know, but just,
And I can work with Public Works too, to make sure that.
because I know that we can't take on the maintenance of all the private roads.
Right.
I'm not suggesting that.
I mean, I would think that if there was a CSA or an organization that does private roads, that they can come to the county and get all the information or any type of assistance that they need already. Why would we want to impose ourselves on them?
We're not imposing anything, we're just trying to help them.
Just trying to help them.
Yeah, like for the fire planning, so like help the road districts that have no staff, they're just citizens out there, you know, living in it, and they don't know anything about, you know, fire evacuation plans or safety to get out of their subdivision. And so, you know, by having a policy in here, that would help ensure that, you know, just like, I mean, why have a plan at all, right? And so that this is one of the issues that needs to be addressed in our planning process. And that makes sense.
No.
It does. Okay.
So we're going to add something. 'Cause
I'd add something.
Yeah, I like that idea.
That recognizes their existence.
Yeah, because, yeah.
Goes too far.
Yeah, without going too
I mean, at the end of one of our non-county maintained CSA type of thing is the most valuable communication
far. Yep.
site in all of Calaveras County. So,
Yeah.
you know, that would help identify that particular area as we're looking at new development and fees associated and so on.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Yeah, well, that's a good example.
It would be identified.
So C 2.17.
Yeah, there you go. So on page C14, I don't know if I would want to ask this question, but could you explain a little bit about how C 2.12 works?
So we'd look at how new development occurs and if the access to the new development is through local residential streets and it creates a significant impact on those local streets so that those local streets essentially become collectors, that the developer would need to identify some alternative route to get to the property so that that new development doesn't adversely impact those local streets. They weren't designed to handle that. It also makes sure that when we design a subdivision with the understanding that there's potential future development beyond that, that those streets are designed to handle that future traffic. And so they become, maybe the lots don't front up and you have driveways accessing off that main street, but the lots back up to that or maybe side to it so that that becomes a minor collector through that subdivision without adversely affecting the people that live on that street.
And so the 1,500 vehicle trips is kind of reflecting the definition of the different roads?
Yes, that's a sort of a standard that says at that point in time, it just, you know, becomes too much traffic and no one really wants to live on that street.
And then on 2.14, new development above 3,000 feet. I don't know about that one. Because you might want to look at the level of 3,000.
That's a fairly standard recognized elevation where snow becomes an issue. Below 3,000, yeah, you get occasional snow, but it's not something we've got to store snow winter long.
Does that kind of reflect our building code, though?
That's in line with the building code.
Is that a reflection of the building code?
That reflects building codes. So above 3,000 feet, you have winter snow, and it's going to stand around for some time. Below that, it'll snow, but it'll melt off in a day or two. And so we're dealing with snow storage at this point in time. Where do you stack that snow that's going to sit all winter long? And so typically businesses shopping centers, subdivisions have to design, where the snow plow is going to push that snow off so that it's not, because you can't haul it off, you can't melt it. It's going to stand there, most winters. Now, last couple of winters has not been that case, but in normal winters, and we'll hope we'll get back to normal winters soon.
Well, that's what I was getting to, I think. That's okay. I can do that right now. And then just the C14, page C14, degree feasible, C3.1, C3.3, strive to develop, and on the next page next page C15, where appropriate. So that one actually makes some sense because you don't always have schools, so you don't. I mean, may not have a school near the neighborhood, so you don't have to worry about it as much. But just other examples of this kind of vague language that I don't think we'll ever get to by putting it in there. And then getting back to the design for snow on C17, another concern of mine is, and this is maybe addressed in the other issue I brought up about the private roads. We get ice, a lot of ice on private roads too, and that's incredibly dangerous. So, I mean, I see the reluctance of people wanting to say anything specific about that, but I just, I don't know. It's maybe going forward in new development, make sure that there's a plan for ice removal in new development on private roads.
Well, there are, the fire safe standards address that to some degree, that above 3,000 feet, the maximum grade is less than would be allowed below 3,000 feet, so that fire trucks can get up in an icy condition if there's a fire. So it is addressed with new development.
When we straighten out our Office of Emergency Services issues, isn't that going to address quite a bit of this?
Yeah, I think that it hopefully will. I'm not directly involved in that, so I don't know.
We haven't had many bad winters, or actual winters, so it hasn't been a huge issue. But I mean, it was one of those things where it's like people, just people calling you up and saying, the roads are too dangerous to, and there's nothing I can really do. Mm-hmm. So just planning in the future, maybe we need to put that in there. Maybe it already is in the development standards. Yeah. So that's all I have for circulation.
I agree with you on that.
All right.
I have no comments on circulation. Other than what I mentioned earlier about the realignment circulation for Valley Springs. That's really good. Thank you. Okay, anybody else?
No?
No? Good. All right, what else?
We'll move on to the resource production element. So on RP 9, once again, we're leaving out, what I think is, when you look at the beginning, the measure, the implementation plan, RP 1A, amend the county code 2, and then you're incorporating guidelines, standards development, establishing minimum parcel sizes. That's good, but I think it's just, I think it should be more defined and have some timeline on when these things would happen. And then the next one, I do like this one for it being specific in the sense that the RP 1B, findings for approval, before granting approval of discretionary development applications, involving or adjoining land designated resource production, a determination shall be made by approving authority that proposed use, and then it lists out A through D, specific findings that have to be made. So I do like that, and it's one of the few items that, at least it can still be, depends on the will of the board, but at least it's something specific to look at. So I was encouraged by that. On the next page, some of these are out of order, so excuse me if I get to them. RP 10. So once again, this is RP-1D. We're establishing a consistent methodology for evaluating potential significant ag land conversions to non-ag uses, which is great. And then, and it does actually, in defense of what I'm just about ready to say, it does at least point towards specific guidelines that were adopted by the Calaveras County Ag Coalition. So that's good as far as the intern goes. And so my critique on that is a little bit, muted. But I do think that once again having more specific timeline on when these things are going to happen is critical, because you don't want to have a lot of development, just wash through the county. In the meantime, you're still working on developing criteria to protect these resources when they've already been developed or destroyed. And then the great fun one on RP 11, we did that. We started the Resource Conservation District, so that should be celebrated. And that is all I have on that.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, I made my comments earlier.
I'm not in favor of making them more specific. I like the way it is.
Okay. Mike? And we'll move on to the next one there, Chris.
Sure. So we're in the conservation and open space element. Just a quick question on the first page there, COS 1 talks about Salt Springs Reservoir and near Glencoe easements, conservation easements, include lands near Salt Springs Reservoir. What Salt Springs Reservoir? Is it the Salt Springs one?
There's two.
Down in the valley, the Salt Springs Valley Reservoir, or the one up top?
The lower one.
Okay. So I think isn't that the Valley Reservoir? Salt Springs Valley Reservoir? That's what I've always called it, but I don't know.
Well, actually, they're
Yeah.
both called Salt Springs Reservoir.
No, one's the Valley,
Valley.
I think, and that's how you distinguish them. That's why I wanted to make, not very important for the future of the world.
I didn't either.
But maybe we can make that correction. And then the scenic resources, I am happy that we've added some language back in, talking about how Calaveras County scenic resources are one of its most valued assets. I'm happy that that's in there.
Well, it's changing a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. That's what it is. So on the goals and policy section, once again, it's just, there's some decent, there's stuff I wouldn't argue with as far as some of the language in here. It's just not very, specific. So, like I would like to see some stuff in there that talks about, growth boundaries or open space district, TDRs, you know, some more traditional kind of tools that are in our toolbox to make sure that those lands that we are identifying as wanting to protect and manage that's actually accomplished. I just don't think that what's in here necessarily is going to make that happen. You know, and it's challenging because you know, even with plans that do have better language, you still have you know, those problems. But I do think we need to figure out how to add more things in there, and the things that we have in here, we need to make more specific, like the conservation easement thing on page COS 12, where it says conservation easements may be acceptable means. Now, that's about as weak language as you can possibly get. You know, like, well, maybe it could be. So if we could just eliminate the word may be acceptable means in that sentence, that would be, you know, a good thing, because conservation easements mitigate impacts to protect wildlife, habitat, wetlands, and that's what they do. Or you can even just say it can mitigate. How about that? They can mitigate, rather than maybe acceptable means. And then the other, you know, this is another policy, is we're encouraging the preservation of oak woodland. And then another one over here, encourage the conservation of natural and historic landscapes. And then proposed new development shall consider the scenic qualities. I mean, there's no way that any of these are going to add up to protecting the resources that we're trying to protect. On page COS 15, the open space zoning, you know, in one of our versions that we talked about developing an open space district. And so I would like to see an open space district in here as an implementation. At least exploring the ability to use, maybe we can put some vague language in there, exploring the possibility of maybe using an open space district.
You mean like a RCD?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like a special district. Yeah. A lot of counties use open space districts. Pretty common thing.
COS 2D, Watershed Improvement Program. It says support and participate in efforts such as the Sierra Nevada Watershed Improvement Program that strive to establish and maintain healthy forests. I'm not in favor of having that in there.
I like it,
I'm sure you do.
but it will help our county too, because it's a way to get funding to do the work.
That's fine, but we have an RCD that can choose which direction that they want to go with that.
How about if we just, you do not like the Sierra Nevada Watershed Improvement Program? Is that what you don't like about it?
I don't like just specifically picking out one when there's a bunch of them out there.
Okay. Well, we could modify that instead of getting rid of the whole.
I don't want to get rid of the whole thing. I actually believe in it. I just don't want to.
Right, that's why-
I just don't want to lock it into one.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just a reference to what?
I support and participate efforts
We can strike that reference to that specific organization.
as.
Is that-
such as
That
efforts.
that doesn't limit it to that one.
Yeah, it doesn't limit it to that. It's just
Support and participate in efforts to strive to maintain healthy forests. Which, by the way, we aren't going to have any healthy forests left here pretty quick. So, but.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to strike that out. It doesn't hurt us to
We
put
could
that
say
in there.
Sierra Nevada Watershed Improvement Program and other programs related to, or,
You know, we brought a Calaveras watershed management pilot program to the board, which was accepted, and I don't see that mentioned in there.
Well, that's because it's just your PowerPoint. It doesn't have like a whole state agency that funds the program.
That's what the RCD is for.
Well, right, but this, I mean, why it was spelled out is because this is stuff that is a little bit more, evolved than where you're at this point. Yours and this is very compatible. We're talking about the same thing.
No, actually, we're not talking about the same thing. It has a different,
You are. You're talking about watershed improvement. If you go and look at your PowerPoint and what they and their stuff, they're very similar.
We can mention both, I think,
We can mention both. There
or
we go.
RCD. I mean, I think it's important. It's kind of like my take on the Farm Bureau and
Cattlemen's.
Cattlemen's Association. So I think leaving Sierra Nevada in there is important, and
We
then
can have
adding.
one Cliff brought forward.
I would agree with that.
Well, yeah, we
CO6.
could remove it and just make it generic, because there's other types of programs maybe in the future.
Well, if we do, I mean, the good thing about naming out one that the board approves.
Just put and the Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program.
That's fine.
Just add.
So
That would
it
be good
would
with
read, such as the Sierra Nevada Watershed Improvement Program
me. And
and the,
That's fine.
I'd be okay with that.
Who says we
That's
can't
the-
reach agreements?
Calaveras, what's the,
Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program.
That's why I Okay, COS 16. If there's any way to add more to our tree mortality thing,
I know, I saw that.
if we do at least have a tree mortality plan that we've drawn up, so maybe we could implement our tree mortality plan as a measure or part of the implementation plan.
participate with federal, state, and other local programs to implement the Calaveras tree mortality plan? Tree mortality, what's that, tree mortality plan, is that what it's called?
Yeah, we can ask Brian what the specific name is. I mean, it's still, but at least
well, I really don't know where we're going with this as far as the participation from all the agencies. Maybe
I think
might be best
that-
to leave it.
I think it's pretty good the way it is because it's going to change quite a bit probably.
I agree.
We could
COS
add
2F is right.
another one that specifically references the tree mortality plan. If we have something more specific today that we could add to this.
yeah, that's what I was more thinking is adding. It just seems so. It's such a big issue, and there's just one little tiny line there. But maybe that's where we're at.
On COS 2F, is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Make it a COS 2G
I would
and
just
add a new policy. a new
We will
program.
spend as much money as necessary to get rid of all the dead trees in my presentation. That's kind of what I'd like to
And
have.
I think that, I think it covers it already because the programs will come. We just don't know what they are yet.
Yeah, you're probably right. We don't really have much to add.
COS2E, green waste. Are you, because, you know, that language is kind of changing a little bit as we move forward in California.
This was a significant issue with the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
And they were very concerned that there are conflicting standards in place, that some of the air quality requirements, when you can burn, these kind of things, restrict our ability to address some of the green waste issues that we have. And that's why that specific
So they've
program-
vetted it and they're good with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we spent a great deal of time on this issue. So was the consensus then that the 2F is okay the way it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad, but yeah.
Okay.
It's got everything but the tears.
Well, I could add.
Gnash your teeth.
So on COS 17, once again, the 4C and 4D, I'm just concerned when we're going to do this stuff. Like, when are we going to develop the, and maybe it says in here, and I just, missed it, which is possible. But
Actually, they're working on a couple of projects right now.
but it doesn't.
For the Highway 4 corridor.
Yeah, and I know there's stuff being worked on, but it just doesn't have we don't have a time when we're going to finish this mitigation program. And so, are we going to do that soon? Or?
It'll be on our list of things to do immediately.
It'll be on that list.
Back to the Habitat Conservation Plan for amphibians. It's just the language there. Subject to available funding, consider expanding, consider coordinating. All more vague. We're going to consider coordinating. So.
How else could you possibly list it in the general plan?
Well, you could say we're going to develop a habitat conservation plan for amphibians, and we're going to instead of subject to available funding, we're going to work in cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We're going to make sure the plan. We're going to make the plan include special status occurring. You know, you just change. If you look at the language right there, you change the language to action language rather than consider coordinating. Because then you're just considering it, and you're never going to get around to doing it. That's my point. The main point here is you need specific timeline, specific action. Otherwise,
That's just a play on words, though.
It's not a play on words.
It's not saying I'm going to do it by February 1st.
Well, right. You take this vague language out first, and then you add specific timelines.
And then what if you don't make those timelines?
Well, that's where I came back with Peter. Is like that is one of the tricks, right? That you have to come up with is how do you have something that's more of a proactive plan, an actual plan that makes sure we're moving forward without it making us more liable to a lawsuit on the other side of not meeting all these specific timelines. And so that's what I'm looking for is how do we make that happen? Because like I know that in other plans they were way too specific and they had a specific timeline and they didn't meet that and they got in trouble. But in this, I think we've gone now too far and we're too vague and we're going to run into the other side of the law that says, well, you can't be that vague. And so, and I know that Peter's tried to finesse that, and maybe this is all we get. But I just think that this language here leaves us way open to problems when it gets challenged. We need some more specific action to meet our goals.
Well, I have to believe that the Planning Commission probably had a great length of discussion on this, and I am good the way it's written.
I would think that's what your update is every year to set what goals you can meet, because
they
make sure
change.
there's money available for something. And
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But what happens is, like, if you develop a plan and you say, I'm going to do all these things, and you say them in part because the law requires us to say them. And then we actually are not actually planning to do those unless we each year develop our work plan to do those. You see where I'm going with that?
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just think that's the onus is on the board that does the update each year to say when this is going to happen. I get what you're getting at, Chris.
Yeah. It's almost like a catch-22, right? It is.
Peter, what was the discussion around the planning commission on this?
I'm sure you can remember.
Let's see, March of 2016.
What'd you have for lunch?
I think what you're talking about was the discussion. You know, to what degree of specificity we want to do this. A habitat conservation plan is a huge investment in time and energy and resources, and not necessarily the only way to solve a problem associated with rare endangered species. Not all of them have been successful. There's some debate as to even if they're worth the effort to go into. And so I think that's why the Commission specifically chose the wording consider, because we wanted to look at other options out there. But clearly this is a tool that is available to communities to solve regional problems, and then create systematic approach to development within those habitat areas. So I think that the word consider was specifically chosen by the commission for that purpose, to say, well, let's look at this option, see if it's worth going after because of the amount of time and cost to develop a habitat conservation plan. We may find that it's not worth the effort. We also may find through the EIR process that it becomes much more mandatory. This is a mitigation measure that we have to do. And ultimately, the board's call will be to decide, yes, we're going to do it, or no, we're not, for these reasons, and that's part of our findings we make with the adoption of the EIR and the general plan. So I think that this issue, I'm sure, will have a lot more discussion as we move forward through the EIR process. I'm comfortable with leaving it the way it is. I'm also comfortable with making it more specific that, yes, we're going to do that. But then it says we are going to do that. And I think that the question and the concern of the commission was that maybe we shouldn't.
Right. And I understand that. That makes complete sense, right? Mm-hmm. But when you look at, like, okay, this is going to be our implementation measure, right? And so now our implementation measure, as long as some other ones, we're considering these implementation measures. So they're not actual implementation measures. They could be implementation measures.
Right.
So that's a problem.
It's very general.
Yeah, and I know that there's this, I mean, it gets back to the, what the state wants from a general plan and what, the local entities think a general plan should be. And they're just two different things.
So on 4C, sounds like lots of discussion and consider was the key word there, looking at funding. And under 4D on Oak Woodlands, it is developing a program or policy.
Part of the reason why that is specific is because by state law we have to do that. Where a habitat mitigation or a habitat conservation plan is optional.
Yeah.
There's no specific state directed at this
I mean, we have to come up with a program to mitigate the impacts to rare and endangered species. One tool is a habitat conservation plan. And I think the purpose of this program is let's look into that. Let's see if it's worthwhile for the county to embark on that program. And if it is, then let's do it. If it's not and there's other ways to mitigate, then let's put that aside.
But there needs to be another category then, where you say, these are our implementation programs, these are the things we're going to do, and these are the things that we're going to think about doing. So maybe another thing like possible implementation. Yeah. Because it's not an implementation program if you're going to consider it. It's just an idea to talk about. So I'm just concerned that when it gets to the court, they're going to say, here's an example of the implementation program in Calaveras. Subject to available funding, they're going to consider and consider. And that's going to be all throughout here. We're practical, or whatever the word is. And it's all going to be vague, and it's going to be too vague to pass the test.
Well, and those issues will be brought out, drawn out, and discussed in the EIR.
Okay. All right.
I suspect that we'll see modification on these policies, at least recommendations through the EIR process on these.
Oh, good. That's good.
Which is the whole purpose of the EIR process. Okay, with these policies, what are the impacts associated with that? How can we mitigate those impacts? And then are those mitigation measures acceptable to the county? And if not, why?
Yeah, I'm not expecting to change anybody's mind on this here. I'm just
Putting out there.
just discussing it.
Yeah.
This is our only agenda item. So,
Any other comments on that?
not on that specific page, but the next page I do. COS 18. So, I just wanted to know what our requirements are for addressing greenhouse gases and global warming in general for the general plan? I know there are some changes in the law in the last 10 years. And is this, I mean, it seems like there used to be more that we discuss it.
We have an obligation to look at that through the general plan and through the EIR process. I believe there may have been other measures that that the staff included that the commission felt was not necessary, not appropriate for the county.
And do you feel that these couple right here, I guess?
Well, the real big one is going to be going through the, developing a greenhouse gas reduction plan. That's the requirement of state law. And so we're saying we're going to develop it. So that's clearly a mitigation measure that we have to go through it. We have to do an analysis of what are our contributors, both locally as well as regionally, and then what can we do at the local level to do our fair share of greenhouse gas reduction. We can't solve the problem in Calaveras County worldwide, but we are mandated by state law to look at what we can do through our land use patterns, through other policies, to implement programs to do our fair share.
Yeah. So you think this meets the base,
I do.
fair? And then on that CUS 19, can we get rid of the sentence or the commas in between the commas here? Not to exceed 5 acres per 1,000 residents.
That's actually mandated by state law.
We can't. That's it.
If
So we can't do it?
if we can require new recreational facilities based on what we have today, up to 5 acres.
All right. That was easy enough.
So it's 5 acres per 1,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can create more, the county can spend money, but we can't mandate that the developer pay more than that amount.
Because of the state.
Because of the state
law.
mandates, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
That's all for that one.
Anybody else? Okay. Next.
Well, we're getting down there where that was my main one.
This is probably my least favorite.
What?
Noise?
Noise.
Yeah, I just skipped it.
Yeah, I hate them chickens.
I mean, how do you
I don't have anything to noise.
measure, control?
It's primarily an exercise in looking at compatible land uses and implementing standards during development to reduce those conflicts. And also recognizing that there are certain areas where there are noise, and it's not a one-way street. Don't put sensitive uses next to noisy locations.
Right.
It's not just the other way around, where you don't put a noisy facility next to a neighborhood or a school or a hospital or something like that. But don't locate the hospital, or don't put a school in the middle of an industrial yard or something like that. So that's primarily what we're looking at, is ensuring that the compatibility. Transportation noise is another big issue. Just looking at the growth in regional road system, how that adds to noise.
Well, I know there was concerns addressed, and I see they were implemented in here in regards to the Ag Coalition Committee with noise associated with ranching and farm activities.
And that ties back to the right to farm issues.
Not going to make any noise about noise?
No, I'm almost finished with all my comments. So skipping ahead, and really not very substantial change, but railroad flat is railroad flat. It's not. There's 3. It's spelled railroad flat, not railroad flat. There's 3 words.
3 words.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it changes back and forth throughout here. you it was not very,
But it's important.
but
I would agree to that.
look at that.
It's in that, how is it listed in, because I was reading that history.
It flips back and forth, like you see it change off and on.
Where's that little history part? Do you remember what I'm talking about? The global search for railroad. Change to railroad.
Yeah, you can see how there was no railroad in railroad flat. Yeah, and it's actually referred to on page CP10. Historic mining town of railroad flat. So they got it right there. It's just,
Right, I was reading that.
yeah. But it just, just,
It's inconsistent, is what you're saying. You're just
Yeah.
asking it to be right and consistent.
yep.
Anything else? Anybody want to put the bark beetle on endangered species list?
Will that help us get money to cut the tree down and save people from getting crushed?
No, then you can't cut the tree.
We won't be able to come to that.
I was thinking it'd be the opposite. Just
Okay. What do you think, Chris? Are you finished there?
I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else want to make any comments from the board? No?
On the rest of the elements,
Yeah.
are we all the way down to the land use map?
So we went a little past that, but I mean, big comments, anything you want to do?
Oh, the map itself, I think.
The map.
Okay.
So I just want to share a comment and trying to find out, Peter, what the process was, just so I'm not assuming anything. So this was a letter I received late last night. It says, Board of Supervisors, my wife and I own this 26-acre parcel since early 1999 and intend to make it our primary residence in the near future. We have already invested in the parcel infrastructure, bringing in power and drilling a well to support development. Since the time of purchase, it had a land use designation of our R5, 5-acre minimum. The Planning Commission has redesignated it to RTA, 10 to 20 acres, in their draft plan. A year ago, I entered a general plan comment asking to switch it to RTB, 5 to 10 acres, to match the current designation. This was considered recently by the Planning Commission. I spoke today with Peter Maurer, and he confirmed that the RTB designation was denied, and the RTA designation continues to be the recommendation in the draft before the board. I understand Peter's concerns, but believe the RTA designation directly diminishes our property value. Under RTA, we could only subdivide our parcel once. With RTB, we could subdivide up to 5 times. If we had a large parcel, over 100 acres, I think the Planning Commission decision would be more valid, but as individual owners of a small parcel, I feel this change unduly burdens us. I am requesting again that our designation be changed to RTB. In particular, I am asking my District 4 supervisor to present this change to the board. I would appear in person, but my work in Sunnyvale prevents it. On a separate note, despite our differences in this matter, I feel that Peter Maurer is doing an excellent job with regard to discharging his responsibilities as planning manager. He has been accessible, helpful, and understanding, even while under the ever-growing demands of the planning department. So what was the process overall in these kinds of requests that you received and processed?
So we had approximately 100 requests during the public comment period for changes to the land use map, and we've been through a series of iterations. The draft number 3 was what went out in December of 2014. At the end of all of the review process, I created a draft number 4 that incorporated some of those. So we had a spreadsheet that showed name, location, what the current zoning was, what the old general plan, what the proposed general plan showed, what the requested land use was, and some notes as far as the specifics. This is the property in question right here. If you turn the light on. Now you can see the yellow property line, but it's this property right here. Like I said, 26 acres along Murphy's Grade Road, along Regis Creek. And so we went through, we notified every property owner that we were going to begin public hearings on this. We had attempted to try to go sort of systematically through the county, sort of by assessor's books, starting up at the eastern end of the county, working our way sort of back and forth. We finished up in the Murphy's area. And the Planning Commission took public comment. They tried to make sure that the property owner was available when they were discussing it. In some cases, the property owners were not there for every reason. We went back in some cases. We had a couple of specific days we were just looking at certain areas so that we could look at the whole picture, not just individual parcels here and there. And then the commission deliberated as to what it should be and why. We looked at things such as topography, water and sewer availability, a variety of different things. And so in this case, the commission felt that based on the overall land use pattern in this area, that the RTA was the more appropriate designation. There are a number of people that, my first review of the request, someone said, hey, that makes sense. I should make that change. So I made that recommendation. My draft number 4 map included some of those requests. The commission accepted some others. They said, no, I think what the planning department has suggested is right, or in some cases with a compromise. We showed 20s, they're asking 5s, and the commission said, I think 10s is appropriate. So that's the process we went through. We had 6 or 7 meetings, if I recall, all-day meetings looking at various requests. Not everyone got what they had asked for. A lot of people did. And this is the map that's now before you. And if there are changes to the map, now would be the time to make that. I'm sure there's several people in the audience that would like to address their request to you. This gentleman was unable to attend, so that's why he sent the letter.
So each of these property owners had an opportunity to appear before the commission and present their situation.
Yes.
And then the planning commission heard it and made a decision.
That's correct.
So at some point, if this gentleman wants to, if we stay the course of what the planning commission approved, at some point, can this person come back and make another request of this?
Yes. I think it gets more difficult to make. I would recommend to the board and the commission to not make a number of significant changes. In many cases, it's a coin toss. It's like, well, it could go either way, and we're going to make the change, or we're going to stick with what it is. And it didn't make a significant difference. In other cases, it could make a significant difference. In this case, we have primarily, that's all the 10-acre, that sort of blue-green color is the 10-acre RTA designation. There aren't any 5-acre designations around it. If you zoom in, I don't know if you can see the property boundaries a little better, there are some smaller parcels along Murphy's Grade Road along here. So arguably, you could say, well, there's a number of smaller parcels. These are created many, many years ago. So maybe some of that area could be 5-acre parcel. It's what we're looking at is sort of the generalized pattern here.
The bigger picture of the particular area.
To change the one parcel within it, it sort of goes against the overall practice of trying to group land uses together, sort of a similar land use pattern. But in some cases, you have an existing pattern that's a hodgepodge anyway. And a change here or change there is not going to make a significant difference. 2 parcels versus 5 parcels in the big picture of 40 or 50,000 parcels won't even register It just depends on how many times you do that and how much acreage is changed.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just wanted to share that as it was requested of me. I'm sorry the applicant couldn't be here to talk more about it because I'm only reading here what has been sent to me. So at this point, I would support the Planning Commission's recommendation.
I would also concur with Supervisor Ponte on this matter.
So do I.
Well, it doesn't really matter what we think, then, does it?
No? You're out of the...
Okay. Right?
So at this point, I don't know if we want to get into the map. We want to have public testimony. We have a lunch break and then have public testimony on the text. And then after that, we can get into the issues of the map itself.
Why don't we go ahead and break for lunch, and then we'll come back and finish it.
Okay?
Sounds good.
What time are we coming back?
So we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right. Here we are back again after lunch, so let's continue on with land use, or maps.
So I believe that all of the board members' comments are concluded, at least as far as the text of the document. Maybe it would be appropriate at this point in time to open that part of the general plan up for
To
public comment.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
And then we can finish that up and then go into the map.
All right. Okay, so we have public comment for what we've covered so far in the general plan, which is, and then we'll do public comment again after for the map portion of it. Okay, so.
Go ahead, Peter.
There we go. And I was just listening to you again. So, yeah. So we have 5 minutes per public comment, and who'd like to go first?
Is this on land use, specific land uses?
This is on all of the language so far up to the maps.
Morning. Joyce Teckel, afternoon, excuse me. Joyce Teckel, I'm speaking on behalf of MyValleySprings.com and the Calaveras Planning Coalition. The Calaveras Planning Coalition members have been involved in the general plan update process for over 10 years. We have attended and participated in all of the general plan public meetings and workshops. We have submitted hundreds of pages of suggestions and comments to the county. These comments are all in the administrative record. We have also posted all general plan related meeting videos and documents online for the public and for the record. We want the people to be aware that these records are available at the CPC website at calaverascap.com. It is time for this plan to be completed. The Planning Commission revised draft general plan is not a perfect document, and we have serious concerns about parts of it, but we support moving the project forward at this time to the next step, environmental review. Through an environmental impact report, negative impacts and deficiencies of the draft will be examined. Suggestions for improvements and alternatives and mitigations will be considered and offered. We support the Board of Supervisors moving this process forward. The following is a very brief summary of some issues of concern, and the details are in the record. Number one, we thank the Board of Supervisors for including some community plans in the general plan update, but important communities have been left out. We support the current direction of the Planning Commission to also incorporate community documents for Valley Springs and Copperopolis into the general plan EIR prior to completion. These important community areas contain the bulk of Calaveras County's growing population. They need to be addressed and included in the general plan. Number 2, we need to fix fiscal holes in the plan. We support a fiscal feasibility analysis for alternatives. Number 3, revisions to the general plan draft by the Planning Commission over the past 15 months have increased its potential impacts. These changes have created the need for increased mitigations in the general plan. Number 4, the draft general plan now contains no clear action to protect and preserve open space. This is a legal requirement. We need an open space action plan. Number 5, the revised land use map is a great improvement on the existing county map, but it still offers more existing approved vacant parcels for development than our county will need in the foreseeable future. Number 6, some language in the 2014 draft was weakened by the Planning Commission and is now too vague. As an example, the 2-to-1 ag conversion mitigation was removed. We support strengthening and clarifying general plan language that is too vague. The Calaveras Planning Coalition supports a general plan that finds the balance between the interests of new development and the interests of existing residents. The Calaveras Planning Coalition will continue to participate in the general plan EIR process in order to try to improve the end product, which we hope is a comprehensive and legally defensible Calaveras County general plan that will support a healthy and sustainable future for Calaveras County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Colleen Platt with MyValleySprings.com. Just a couple off-the-cuff remarks on some of the comments made earlier. I want to thank Cliff for bringing up the term Valley Springs bypass, because that's not a real popular term with communities. And when we did have community plan meetings, we were using the word alternate route, but whatever works other than bypasses is fine. So thank you for that. And Chris, thank you for bringing up roundabouts. It's a constant battle to get people to consider the idea, but I think there are places in our county that those could be considered in the future, and I'd like to do that. And a couple other points that were brought up. Let me see. We also support the repeated request to see them into your draft plan, and we don't understand why we can't see it. It was paid for, and if it was used, fine. We would still like to see the plan. So I still support that request, as do many people. Also, we support the idea of the open space action plan. We feel that was one serious deficiency in our plan, our existing plan. We have a kind of a weak open space element there. We'd like to see that move forward. And some other tools in the toolbox that Chris mentioned that we have brought up at the Planning Commission for the conservation element, the open space district, transfer development rights, conservation easements. All of those tools would be appropriate to include in the general plan as actual mitigations for things, not just ideas to consider. So thank you for bringing that up, and we support that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Marty Crane, Valley Springs. I keep thinking we're here setting policy. That's the whole point of all of this. We're setting policy. And why do we do that? We do that, in my opinion, we do that to create a fair and equitable level playing field so that everyone who is here or may be interested in coming here will have a working tool that allows them to be on a level playing field with everyone else, to live this, to enjoy the same thing as everyone else, which would be the opportunity to be successful, the opportunity to live a healthy and safe life and raise our children. It's the whole reason, I think, why we set policy. And so I am still having a real challenge with the change of the vision statement. We have essentially, by changing it from what it was to what it is now, we have essentially given our Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission and anybody else that would set policy a pass on being responsible for the people. That's us, and you are here because we're here. You're in these positions because the people are here. And if we weren't here, you wouldn't be here. So it is every choice, every decision that you make impacts our health and safety and our abilities to live the peaceful enjoyment of our lives. I know I'm not saying it all that beautifully, but that's the point. And so when you give yourself an out, which is, I think, what we did when we took away when we changed the vision statement and said, we're not responsible for the health and safety of these people, but every single decision you make affects everyone's abilities to have a successful life on an even playing field and be healthy. And when we do things, for instance, we have never polluted our skies, our air, but now we are. So when we make decisions like this, it impacts the things that impact our lives. So I am not in favor of changing the vision statement. I'd like to go back. Thank you for bringing it up, Chris. I'd like us to go back to the one we had. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Yes, Kelly Wooster. There's been discussion about the 2 times conversion feature that is not in the draft general plan. And that was a provision that would require anybody who tried to convert resource production land to a non-resource production use to buy a conservation easement worth 2 times the development value of the project. What that meant was anybody trying to do a project had to pay 3 times for their development rights. Once when they bought the land, and the second time, twice that amount when they tried to move it out of resource production. And generally, conservation easements, which have been talked about a bit today, as mitigation, don't actually mitigate anything. They don't make anything better on the ground. All they do is lock up land in perpetuity. There are mitigation alternatives that do improve land. You could have a developer clear brush from otherwise unproductive lands someplace else, or develop water, or take on the task of getting dead trees out of land where the bugs have killed them or the fire have killed them. Conservation easements don't do any of that. But the more fundamental problem with them is this. If somebody wants to carry out a project now, first of all, there's a perceived need for it. Second, there will be environmental reviews. There will be public hearings. A decision will be made because it has to be made now. A conservation easement reaches out and controls land use where there is no project proposed and no need to decide what the future land use for that piece of property would be. A conservation easement basically short-circuits the entire process of considering and deciding on a project. By definition, a conservation easement is in perpetuity. That means forever. So all future generations, 20, 50, 100 years down the road, are forever deprived of the opportunity to undergo the land use decision process on that land themselves. The people who created these easements and those who pushed for them deprived them of that right. The right to make their own land use decisions on the basis of the needs that may arise 50, 100 years from now, and the information available then. All that might be fine if we could say that this generation is smarter, wiser, has better judgment than any future generation is going to have. Or if we can say that this generation has better information available to it now about what the right land use will be for a parcel 50 or 100 years from now than the people then. I don't think either of those statements is supportable. And that's why I don't think this county ought to be requiring, encouraging, or supporting conservation easements. They can be done no matter what this county says, because state law authorizes them. But I don't think this county ought to be pushing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right. Mr. Maurer.
Okay, so the last task that we approached was the map. We just discussed that earlier today about how we went through the process with the Planning Commission and notifying the various property owners who were affected. We've had the maps up on our webpage and available for public viewing for a couple months now, so people have had plenty of opportunity. I know that there's at least one individual here that would like to address you. You had a letter from someone else that wasn't satisfied with the Planning Commission decision. I don't know how many other requests are before you today, but the last step in identifying our project description is the land use map. There are a couple of changes that I want to point out that still need to be made. One is fairly minor, but right in the middle of the Copropolis area, this piece of property here, the community boundary needs to include that. So that's going to be a change that we will show on the map. At the very last hearing, there was a concern raised by some members of the public about some early decisions the Planning Commission did with regards to land, two pieces of property that the Planning Commission designated as commercial recreation, both owned by the Sierra Nevada Recreation Company. They operate California Caverns and Moaning Caverns. And the Planning Commission changed all of this area here from working lands and resource production to commercial recreation. This provides for fairly intense recreational facilities, RV parks, hotels, those kinds of things to accommodate tourist commercial activities. Because Stephen Fairchild, the owner of the property owner, wasn't at that meeting, the commission sort of understood the concern that this amount of land available for fairly intensive use has a potential effect on the amount of analysis necessary in the EIR, and suggested that I meet with Mr. Fairchild to look at, well, do we need this level of density on these properties, or is it something that could be changed? I met with Mr. Fairchild on this property as well as property up in the Mountain Ranch area, and he agreed that probably this lower area here shouldn't be commercial recreation, and we agreed that parks and recreation would be an appropriate land use for these parcels here. And so that would be a change that we would be making, provided you concur with that. Similarly, up in the Mountain Ranch area, go to there. This is the California Caverns area. they have plans to, the actual entrance to the cave apparently is on this property here, and they do have plans to do some more development for that entry area. But this property on the other side of the creek is, you know, it might have some hiking trail, something like that. And he also agreed that Parks and Recreation, which allows lower intensity recreational, private recreation uses, would be an appropriate land use designation. So I propose as a part of the revised map that those changes be made. Other than that, I don't have anything else. If you have any questions on any of the uses that are permitted in these, or you know, some of the decisions that the commission made, I'd be happy to go over those with you.
Mr. Mallard, just to clarify a point, you spoke with the owner of that property as far as the recreational commercial?
Yes.
You're in agreement with your solution?
He was in agreement. Yeah, we agreed to that.
Thank you.
And that was based on direction by the Planning Commission to consider that, but to meet with him to discuss it.
I'm good with that. Both properties.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So are there any questions that you have regarding the map?
No, and the EIR process allows for changes should something come up. And
Well, the ultimate, the EIR will do its basic analysis. The project description will be this map and these policies. We will create a couple of alternatives. Part of the EIR process requires that we look at alternatives. So working with the consultant, we'll come up with some variations on a theme, essentially. What if we scaled back here? What if we increased over here? What would be the effect of those environmental, those changes? Ultimately, the Planning Commission and you as the board will be making a final, Planning Commission a final recommendation and you a final decision on what is the land use. We can make some changes. We can make changes all the way up to the end of the process. The range and scope of the change may dictate necessity to go back and do further environmental analysis. So
you want to minimize that?
we want to minimize that. So if there are changes that you want to make now, particularly if they're fairly significant, let's do them now rather than wait to the end of the process. But a little change here, a little change there is not going to fundamentally change the overall analysis. We will need to take the final map that we decide on today and rerun some of our analysis, particularly the circulation element. That has to be tied together. And so the traffic analysis will be rerun as part of the EIR process. We're likely to end up with different maps, the circulation maps, based on those changes to the land use pattern. And then this map will be the basis of analyzing other impacts to biological resources, to open space, to noise. All of those things will be based on this map that we select today. So that's why it's important that if you want to make changes to the map, we do those today so that the analysis accurately reflects the direction that you want to go. But it's not set in concrete. It still can be changed.
So can you go to the Angels Camp area? So that area that's identified, it's kind of the white and then the light beige.
Yes.
Does the light beige represent the sphere of influence?
Yes. Yes, it does.
So that
So
will
the
be...
white is the actual city limits,
Right.
incorporated part of the city, and this beige area is the sphere of influence. It is designated as rural residential.
Okay.
But there are policies in the land use element about coordinating with the city, so any development were to occur, so if someone were to propose development on any of these parcels around, and it's something different than what our general plan shows, because it's development within the sphere of influence, it's going to ultimately be served by the city and annexed into the city. And so we would coordinate with them, and part of the development and review process would be to include annexation and providing services through the city rather than through the county.
So does the EIR take a look at the beige area?
Yes, yes. I mean, right now it's county, and so someone could conceivably, put homes on it, even some minor development of that land, and depending on the scale of the development, whether or not it should be annexed today, sometime in the future. Those are decisions that we would make in coordination with the city, with LAFCO, with
The whole
determining the
annexation process,
Right.
much of what the county did with Greenhorn Creek and such.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so down to Copperopolis. So, lots of discussions about community plans and boundaries. being-
Maybe it would be good for me to sort of go through some of the, because this is sort of a unique area for the county. So
Thank you.
these gray sort of hashed areas are where we have our existing specific plan. There's Oak Canyon Ranch, there's Saddle Creek, there's Tuscany. These two areas here were areas that the Planning Commission determined was appropriate for some future specific plan, but we didn't know the exact layout, and it could be a mix of different uses. This was the site of Lake Sawmill Lake. Thank you. Drew a blank. Sawmill Lake, controversial project, but given its location, if the issues associated with that project could be worked out, it seems like an appropriate area for future development. Obviously, there are a lot of issues that weren't resolved, that would need to be resolved, but if those can be resolved, then that would be, given its location, infrastructure that's nearby. This was the area known as Table Mountain or Tabletop Mountain that the
Sanguinetti?
property owners, Sanguinetti Ranch, that the property owners requested that the commission consider sort of a mixed housing recreational development, and the commission felt that that was appropriate to include that in the community plan. There are a few other minor changes that were made, but those are the major areas.
What about the road to Maloney's from this site that's been discussed?
It's not included at this point. Doesn't mean it's precluded, that it can't be done. It's just not planned on at this point in time. We did look at the land that the Morrissey Ranch here, that the road would go through. There really wasn't, the commission didn't feel that it was appropriate at this point in time to sort of pre-designate that as some future land use, but at such time as population increased in the county and there was a demand for that, certainly this would be the area that we would look at potential future changes around this major growth area as well as sort of the Valley Springs area.
So kind of the darker brown outline is the boundary
This is the
of
community
the potential
boundary here, yes.
community plan.
Community boundary.
So that little piece with the stripes that falls out of the dark boundary.
Here?
On that, yes.
This is an area where development density was transferred as a part of the Tuscany project. And it's because it was included in that, but it's essentially it's undevelopable because of the density transfer that was done with that project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more, Deb?
No, I'm fine.
Can you go to Coast Properties?
Go where?
Hose.
Say that again?
Hose property?
No, thank you. Sounded like you said toe.
Hose property?
It's like a toe property. Didn't catch that.
Well, I didn't get my sleep last night, so it's a good possibility.
This was an area we had quite a bit of discussion at the Planning Commission. Valley Springs here, Loma Road, yes, goes up here. This is an area that is currently zoned industrial. There's no industrial uses out there, although we will be looking at a potential future sewage treatment plant for the Valley Springs PUD, moving out to this area here. The property owners in this area are very concerned about expansion of industrial uses. The commission sort of compromised and saying, well, let's restrict that area to the land that are already zoned industrial. Mainly they were zoned industrial because of a prior mining operation was on the site. And you see some large areas of this bluey purple color in parts of the county if you look at the whole map. And so what's out there? What's an old mine or in some cases an active mine site? So pretty much this area here, the commission felt that it was better as a transition based on its current zoning and prior general plan land use designation to retain that in the 10-acre parcel size. These are 5-acre parcels in this area here.
And so, I mean, did you talk to Mr. Coe about that?
Mr. Cohen's representative were here at the hearings during that discussion.
So they're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I'm good. Steve?
No, I'm good.
All right.
Public?
Is that all?
That's all I have.
All right, so we can have public comments on the maps. 5 minutes again.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Haley, representing Castle and Cook. I'm here to talk about Copper Valley Ranch in Copperopolis. It's a 4,350-acre proposed project. The Planning Commission recommendation is to designate Copper Valley Ranch as resource production. They had 2 reasons for denying our application for future specific plan area. Their main reasoning was that there is no demand for the amount of development proposed. Yet, after our hearing of Copper Valley Ranch, the Planning Commission recommended land outside the proposed Copper Community Plan boundary along Lake Tulloch, adjacent to and east of O'Byrne's Ferry Road, that has no development application or plan submitted to the county for 1,800 mixed-use units plus commercial as future civic plan area. Their secondary reasoning was that Copper Valley Ranch had no secondary road access, yet the Board of Supervisors entitled Tuscany Hills with no secondary road access, with a condition that they obtain one in the future. In addition, in order for the land east of O'Byrne's Ferry Road along Lake Tulloch to develop, will require major road improvements and access. Our reasoning behind our application for the future civic plan area is that the current general plan designates Copper Valley Ranch as future single-family residential. The land use map number 4 changes that to resource production. In July of 2006, Castle and Cook submits application to the county and paid all fees for a master project area general plan amendment, specific plan, mixed-use zoning for 2,400 clustered residential units with commercial uses. And a 20 plus 10-year development agreement, along with a tentative subdivision map for 1,770 acres of the 4,350 total. The Copper Valley plan includes a 450-unit dedicated senior community that is in demand today. It also has 84 acres of public parks, several miles of public hiking and biking trails, the only public launching ramp to Lake Tulloch from Calaveras County, and 1/2 of the 4,350 acres in permanent open space. In March 2007, the county deemed our application complete. In July 2007, the county adopts Tuscan Hills General Plan conditioned upon their secondary access connecting to Copper Valley Ranch road circulation. In September of 2007, the planning director, Stephanie Moreno, sent a letter to to Supervisor Russ Thomas to have the Copper Community Plan Committee review the north-south collector road as part of the Copper Community Plan environmental document in order to maintain consistency with the adopted mitigation measures for Tuscany Hills. This road is the major collector road that extends through Copper Valley Ranch. In May 2008, the county held their TAC meeting, which is a Technical Advisory Committee, to review Copper Valley Ranch progress and provide direction to the applicant on the Pacific Plan and environmental work. The County TAC Committee includes senior representatives from all county departments. In September of 2008, the county completes their several traffic studies, culminating with identifying a road circulation that includes a preferred road alignment for the major collector road for Copper Valley Ranch and Tuscany Hills. In March 2009, Copper Planning Committee that was supervised by the County Planning Department and supervisors submitted the Copper Community Plan to the Board of Supervisors that included Copper Valley Ranch as specific plan for 2,400 units. May 2009, the County Planning Director informs Castle and Cook that the county will delay further processing of Copper Valley Ranch until the general plan amendment and other general plan amendment applications until it completes its ongoing general plan update due to the continued pressures from CSERC and the Sierra Club on the lack of a legally defensible plan.
30 seconds.
In 2010, CCWD incorporated Copper Valley Ranch's 2,400 units into their master plan. We have completed all environmental studies at the cost in excess of $3 million. Due to the time delay for the ongoing general plan, additional costs will be required. Let me just skip to the last one here. I got 4 more, but I guess I'll cut that short.
Real short, actually. Sorry, Dave.
I mean, this is a major issue for us, so if I could have another minute, I'd appreciate it. But
We allowed 5 minutes per person, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Marty Crane. First of all, it's not like we have a full room here waiting, and the idea is to get as much good information as we can. But anyway, I wanted to mention something about, you mentioned the community plans again, that they're all over the county and that they're somewhere in different stages. And my worry is that if we just reference what's in a community plan in the general plan and don't actually attach the document for reference, then those voices ultimately will be lost. So as Director Maurer mentioned earlier, they provide the history. Well, if those are not there for people to view, then every time we update or renew, people start editing and changing and pulling this out and pulling that out, putting this in, putting that in. Before you know it, the voices of the community are lost. So my worry is that just saying we've incorporated it in, for me, doesn't feel like enough. You can incorporate all you can, but then please attach it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Board comments?
You want to give Mr. Haley a few more minutes since there's nobody else here? I don't think it'd be appropriate.
What do you think?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I know. We'll make sure everybody gets fairness.
Thank you. The proposed land use map number 4 downgrades the land use designation to resource production. This designation is contrary to all previous land, county, and landowner discussions and directions. Resource production will add substantial delays, entitlement cost fees, along with encouraging environmental and community challenges. It also removes the development flexibility for those projects that can move forward. 4 more items. Development timing in the community, any community boundaries such as Copperopolis is subject to the marketplace, economic cycles, governmental management, community input, and developer wherewithal. which includes its desire to develop. Example, Old Canyon Ranch is entitled to develop 3,200 acres into 3,400 mixed-use development in accordance with the development agreement that expires in less than 7 years. Old Canyon Ranch owners are now seeking a conservancy for permanent open space, which process was approved by the Board of Supervisors in July 2016. Copperopolis population, including existing and future, at the end of complete long-term 20 to 30-year plus build-out of all areas requesting land use improvements within the Copper community boundary will be less than 20,000 due to the amount of second homes and senior housing. In a 2014 Joint Board of Supervisors Planning Commission meeting, it was a unanimous direction given to the Planning Department to manage the majority of future Calaveras County growth to areas below the Highway 49 corridor. Copper is the only major land area with an infrastructure and long-term plan that can adequately take this growth for the economic viability of our county. We request that the land use map number 4 designation for Copper Valley Ranch 4,350 acres as future specific plan area. This designation will require the project to complete all environmental work and attain all county development approvals. Approvals. Thank you. Thanks for the extra time.
Thank you. Any other? This is the land that is.
Any other public comments?
House County Taxpayer Association. I have not studied this in detail, but was involved years ago. And it seems to us that the development of around Lake Tulloch area has been a good thing for our county. And one of the great things that's happened in our county is the expenditure of millions and millions of dollars in the Coppertown Square and in the proven successful development of the subdivision on Little John Road. And so we think that unless there's some real objection or a real problem, that the board approve the application of the applicant.
So, Peter, what are some of the issues around that?
Well, I think Mr. Haley stated the Planning Commission's concerns as far as the need for that amount of land, as well as the infrastructure available to serve it. Granted, it would have to be extended in order to serve that area, but given the changes in growth projections from the mid-2000s to today, the primary reason was that it just didn't seem necessary at this point in time to plan for and analyze potential impacts associated with a development that is not, doesn't seem to be in demand today, given the growth projections that we see.
But that could all change.
That could change, and at any time, a property owner. And I think this gets back to some of the concerns that Mr. Wooster talked about as far as the 2-to-1 replacement. His statement to me was that if we were going to require some kind of future mitigation on a 2-to-1 rate basis, then he would be much more concerned about, I think this was, the majority of the commission felt this way, much more concerned about designating lands and resource production today that may change in the future. That if we end up requiring a significant mitigation requirement for future changes, that we would probably want to identify a much larger area for future development. But since the provisions for that kind of mitigation, specific mitigation, we would still need to address it, and we still need to analyze the impacts associated with the project, any proposed general plan amendment. But that it's better to sort of hold the line today with, let's look at what we really need in this planning window. And if things change, then we can make amendments in the future and look at what the effect of those changes are at the point that it's needed. And so I know it sort of gets to some of your concerns, Supervisor Wright, as far as, well, what is the mitigation if we haven't identified what it is? The basic change in this plan for a wide area of the county is that we are going from, this is the current plan. So this area of yellow was all designated as future single-family residential in the 1996 plan. And if you look at, I haven't run the numbers because it's sort of a complex calculation to do, but a much larger area of essentially 5-acre parcels that was identified 20 years ago as being appropriate for the development pattern of the county. What is proposed instead is really focusing that growth into our community areas, where we have services, where we can provide more walkable communities where it's appropriate, and focus on some of the issues of today that are different than they were 20 years ago. And so there are a lot of changes. This property is not the only one that was designated as future single family that's been changed to working land or resource production. And the commission felt that that was an important change, important movement for the county to go to really try to focus our development into those communities to support the services and infrastructure and minimize the costs of that. That doesn't mean that in the future, if we find that there are areas that are necessary to accommodate an expanding population, that we can expand out into that area. But given the land available for development today, the projected numbers of growth that we do in the foreseeable future, they felt that there was plenty of land available without designating this specific site.
There's really nothing that stops any individual landowner, including this one, from coming forward at a future date with a development plan that would call for a general plan change.
That's true. And the county has the authority to amend its land use element 4 times a year, and that can be a package of multiple changes under one resolution. So,
except how much would that cost the property owner?
I think that Mr. Haley pointed out that the development costs for the project, overall project, are going to be in the millions of dollars regardless. The additional cost of a general plan amendment is, minuscule in comparison to the overall cost of doing an EIR, studying the traffic studies and all the various analysis that would need to go into it. The bigger problem for a property owner is the fact that they're applying for a general plan amendment, which is the county has the broadest range of discretion in identifying what it thinks is appropriate. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors through its general plan. And you don't have to make specific you have to make findings, but there's no legal findings that you have to make in order to deny a tentative map, for example. There's state law has them. You can just say it's just inappropriate. We don't think this is the right land use for this region because. And that's sufficient to say yes or no to a change in the general plans. Broadest range of discretion that you have. If it's a zone change, you need to make a finding of consistency with the general plan. But you can just think it's a good idea, and let's make that change. And you also make the finding that it's a bad idea and not make that change. And so I think the concern is by not identifying it now, a future development proposal, the property owner is going to face challenges from those who don't want to see that development and arguments that it's not a good idea. And whatever board is sitting at that time can either agree with the landowner or agree with the community that says, no, we don't want to see that area developed. That's where I think the real concern is by not designating it now. It does not prohibit anyone from moving forward with the development proposal. But it does create an additional, almost a psychological hurdle, not necessarily a financial hurdle.
There's no, and the cost, instead the cost, we would have to evaluate that
And we would have to evaluate that in the terms of the IR and come up with mitigation for that. One of the things that we discussed at the Planning Commission was the roads are a good example. If you have a certain amount of development and you need to plan your roads to accommodate that development, you're planning for roads that you may never need because you've over-allocated the amount of land necessary to accommodate the future growth. And that may actually increase costs for other development that is occurring because they're having to plan for a 4-lane road because all of the development that we've identified would necessitate a 4-lane road or extensions of water and sewer lines and those kinds of things. When that may never happen. And it actually can increase the cost for smaller development going in because they're paying for wider roads than will ever be necessary. You can't do a fraction of a lane. It's either 1 lane or 2 lanes. And so it jumps up a large jump in cost for a small increase in the number of units if you trip that threshold. So I know that's a very brief explanation of how over-allocating land can increase the cost to other developers as well as to the county.
How many developers in that area?
Well, there's a number of different property owners that have expressed interest. We don't have, any projects ongoing right now. There's some projects in the area that have been stalled for a number of years that just haven't been moving forward because there's no demand for them.
So even if you designated it, unless there's demand, it sits there, right?
Right. But we do need to analyze that in the EIRs. What would that additional few thousand acres of higher density use, what effect would that be on all the various
acres
impact? 3,000 some? 4,300. 4,300. Excuse me, 4,300.
And there's no developer's agreement for that particular piece?
No.
And there was mention of an application. Is there an application pending on that piece?
There is an application pending on that piece.
Okay. And is there any other applications pending in the area that you can recall?
I'm sure there are. Off the top of my head, I can't.
It's probably the largest one.
It's generally the largest one.
Okay.
Well,
I agree with the Planning Commission's assessment here. That's why I struggle too with Oak Canyon, because we know the direction that's going right now, but that development still has to be considered for all of the potential roads and infrastructure, et cetera, as we look at our EIR, and it may not happen. I understand why it has to happen and why we're doing this, but that's my concern as we take a look at a much larger development, and all of those things have to be considered, and it may or may not happen in this phase of the general plan, but yet our fees or direction would be based on that big development if we should include it at this point.
How many acres was Oak Canyon?
I think that's around 3,000 acres. I don't know.
I have a question for you, Dave.
If I can make a follow-up comment, I appreciate it also, but yes.
So how many, how's that tied into your, the overall plan for the Copper area? As far as infrastructure and,
Well, one, Copper Valley Ranch project will pay for all road mitigation that's required for the development, and it will provide a road circulation of alternative roads, allowing us to keep 2 lanes instead of any 4-lane roads, and we think that's very important for the character of our community. What I was trying to say at the beginning was what is upsetting to us is we go through the process, pay our fees, and do all of our work, and we get turned down based on there's no demand in the future. Well, yet there is a demand for 450 senior units that we're trying to do. And then after we hear that there's no demand on a project that wasn't even applied for and no plan, they give 1,800 units of future use on a project that's hash marked in future Pacific Hunter area. we're ready to go. We've done our environmental work. We've paid a lot of money for this, and we would like to proceed, and there is a demand for quite a bit of it. And we're doing a lot of public improvements for the benefit of the community, and yet we're set aside for something that's just a thought process. We don't think that's fair at all.
What about the circulation in that area for like secondary access and things like that?
Well, we have, right now, Little John Road ends at Tuscany Hills. Tuscany Hills is a general plan amendment, not a specific plan, but it is a road that goes through Tuscany Hills. In order to get their secondary access, it has to go through Copper Valley Ranch, and then it circles back around, and one alternative is to tie it into Copper Cove or back into the split parkway of Little John Road. We're working on both of those alternatives with the Arollas that are proposing the Conservancy at this time. The stopgap measure for our secondary access is through Saddle Creek, which we think is not as good as planned, is coming back to the parkway. So as for the road circulation, we feel that we can manage that, and that it should be a mitigation effort. As for the demand, we think the demand's here now, and we've been going through the process as directed by the county for many years, and we're ready to go. And it does cost a lot of money to start all over again with environmental documents and so on. So it's not an easy, cheap thing for us.
So what you're saying is if we don't designate it the way it was intended and hold off on it, then when you go to start again, you're going to have to come up with some environmental documents.
They have to start all over. Okay. We already spent over $3 million working with the county after paying our fees and doing what we were supposed to do. And the only reason why we got delayed is the lack of a general plan.
Any other questions for Mr. Haley? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any comments on that?
No.
Okay. All right. That's it. So I actually, I would be in favor of including that in there. This project, when it started, it's inclusive, and the areas included have to do with a lot to do with also the plan for the commercial area. And so the commercial areas are relying on some of the activity that goes around in the areas for their business. And I know that they struggle over there right now, for sure. And I know that there hasn't been any activity over there for a long time, but you know, the whole county's been pretty stagnant for a long time because of many different reasons, including the economy. Usually when you have a plan like this, you build your commercial infrastructure around what you're going to develop, and that's how you survive it. So I know that the Oak Canyon is basically going to the Rolla's place is going to go to the conservation easement. That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And right. So was that also part of the original copper plan for development at one time?
Well, it's certainly been on the books for a number of years.
Yeah.
We've got a specific plan, we've got a development agreement, so that's something that's been
Developers agreement.
counted on as far as future commercial development. And
Right. So that's going to be gone now. Mm-hmm. So that really impacts the ability for some of the commercial activity out there in Copper Town Square. And
What was Sawmill going to do?
go ahead.
Where's Sawmill in that?
Well, it's identified as future-specific plan, and it would allow them to come back with a development proposal.
So it's that dark and gray, or dark and
The
reddish
sort of
area.
orangey color there, yeah.
Would you like me just a short summary of what Sawmill is going to come back to you? It's for 2 hotels, one 100-unit.
I think I remember something about that. It was a long time ago, though.
Right, and another 70-unit resort hotel, and another 409 units of residential uses.
Okay.
Excuse me, and part of this, we're proposing with Arola's to do a land exchange to get the strip of land accessible for the road to the southern portion of Copper in exchange for the southern portion, about 66 acres of Sawmill Lake. That's what we're negotiating with now.
Where's that located at?
It's that beige area just south of the orange stripe.
The prior project that was looked at included all of this area, but some of the constraints dealt with the lake area and
Right. Oh, that, yeah. Because of the habitat and
Right.
that sort of thing, right?
And you are correct, the town square and other commercial uses within Copper is very dependent upon the rooftops. And taking out Old Canyon Ranch is quite a concern for us.
So what about mitigation for like fire, safety? and that sort of
We was working with the fire department to put another fire station on the southern end of Copper, which would be a mitigation requirement for Copper Valley Ranch.
Where's that at?
It would be right at the intersection of just below Tuscany Hills as the road, as Little John Road extends to the southern boundary of Tuscany Hills. There's a commercial, 5-acre commercial piece in there which included a fire station.
Where are the 1,800 homes that he is referring to, Peter?
well, they would be within this larger 4,200 acres here. And there'd be, I think he mentioned that half the land would be open space. There was a 450-unit senior development. I don't know the specifics, but it would be within this area here.
A senior development? Is that what you said?
That's what I heard Mr. Haley say.
Do you know how many unbuilt home sites are in this as recommended by the Planning Commission without us changing anything?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
I think it was mentioned, and that was part of their
I
discussion.
know that, there's, I think there's 300 some developed home sites in Saddle Creek. Much of the existing older development within Copperopolis community is partially built out. I wish I had those numbers. I don't know the numbers specifically.
So how many senior developments do we have in the county?
Certainly nothing at that scale.
And there's also a water issue, water constraints too, that was brought up during the sawmill development. So that's something to consider as well.
Right.
Could I come on water, please?
CCWD in their 2010 master plan has the full build-out of Copper Valley Ranch and Sawmill within their plan, which includes a new tank on the Copper Valley Ranch project that will help with the water pressures of all of Copper Cove.
Yeah, I was just referring to the previous planner, Rebecca Willis's report when Sawmill came to our board. We discussed the limit of the water in that area as a whole. So it is a concern.
The water rights.
Yeah, it's a concern going forward that that would have to be addressed.
Well, Sawmill Lake's water improvements are already constructed.
Yeah.
And the water demand, there's 7,000 acre feet allocated for copper, and we're only using 1.5
Yeah. I'm just saying that,
acre feet.
based on what was that past development, and just the reality, there is a limited amount of water to serve that whole area there. So it's important when we're doing the general plan to also consider the water constraints and make sure that it's identified where that water is coming from.
So one of the issues, I think probably in the area would be that, that you start, that there's some projects start and never get finished, or then, starting somewhere else. Can you talk about that for a minute?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
I'm giving you a little bit of exercise today.
No, I appreciate the concern.
So there's start projects and then pull away from them and start over here and not finish.
Well, let's take Saddle Creek as an example. That's entitled to 1,650 units. We're only going to build out 1,100 units. We're about half through with that. But there's a certain demand and economics that are involved with lots in the golf course community, which is different than what Copper Valley Ranch project is, including its senior component. As for the town square, the reason why that's stalled is because when the economy dropped, we need the rooftops to help support it. And we had a hotel deal going with our 100-unit travel hotel. That all fell apart when the economy went, and he wanted to see rooftops start up again in Copper. So there's economic or there's reasons why projects stall out, and it isn't because they're never going to be viable. It's as an example, Copper Valley Ranch, we think the senior community, which goes from independent all the way to full congregate care, is in demand today.
Well, I can't disagree with you there. Thank you.
And the Planning Commission rejected this?
They,
Rejected, put it into the...
right, yeah, they decided to keep it in the resource production designation.
Which says a lot to me. Not that I agree with this, a lot this Planning Commission does, so. I think I have to agree with this point.
I do too. I know the Planning Commission took all of this very seriously and took a look at all the pros and cons to it, and this is what we have now. So I'm supportive of the Planning Commission's efforts in this regards.
Okay, so I'm still sticking with including it. We, in Calaveras County, we are in dire straits for senior succession living. Right now, I know almost everybody I know has to go out of county to be able to finish out their lives in many cases because there's no facilities here, or there's very few facilities here. I know that Foothill is one of them, but
It's
independent.
continuity of service.
Huh?
It's continuity of service. It's one thing to provide the housing of it, but it's all the other services that go.
And I also know that there's a lot of other businesses out there that have different business models for that. So, and I think that's what I hear Dave was describing. So, could be a beautiful place for a lot of seniors that want to finish out their life in a very beautiful place. So,
But there's no zoning that says senior housing is going there. It's, I'm speaking rhetoric.
Right.
Their business plan changes in 10 years, and they have it zoned for housing, and they put up other homes or whatever. Right. They could do that legitimately. It doesn't have to be senior housing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're not making that decision.
Right, we're not at that
That's what I
level.
said. I'm speaking rhetorically. I know the answer, but and according to page LU3 land availability, there's 3,810 units already approved. So if you stay with the same two-person per house formula that's used on this page, you're talking nearly 8,000 people coming that's already approved, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, if we're following all these. That's what, like 17% of the total population of the county. current population anyway. I have to stick with the planning commission's recommendation.
That's three of us, right?
Yeah.
So you're off the hook, man.
You don't have to make that choice, Mike.
I'm still contemplating that choice. I really am. I've had the opportunity to be in that same exact situation on the private sector. And that's a decision I'm struggling with, but obviously I won't have to make that decision.
Okay. Any other public comments before we make our decision on the maps? No? Okay. So I guess we can, do we have to do a motion on this?
Yes.
I mean, it's a draft, but I think it would make sense to go in.
All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back with a motion on it.
He has to get back to work.
Okay, good.
Don't give him a taser.
All right.
So there's been no major
Are we on?
decisions you've had to make?
We're on. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're back with a motion.
Before we make a motion, I want to ask a question. It has to do with the land map, use map, as well as all the rest of the general plan. Is there any reason, and this will preserve them in perpetuity, that we can't list all the community plans, because in reality we did use them in the bibliography? Because you did refer to them to develop the general plan. And it would be the community's responsibility to maintain them in 20 years so somebody else can use them.
Yes, we could. I'm not sure exactly what it is that we would be incorporating because all of those were draft plans that have never been adopted.
Well,
so they were in various stages of development. Now, certainly the Rancho specific, the prior adopted plans, yes. So the Valley, the Rancho specific plan, the San Andreas community plan, the McCallum Hill community plan, I think those are the only ones that are adopted plans today, that are part of our general plan today, and that were amended through the community planning element.
Well, a bibliography is saying you used it as a reference.
Right.
It's not the force of law.
Yeah.
But it's a historical reference. And 20 years from now, somebody goes in the RCPOA's headquarters and they dig up the Rancho Calaveras special plan that we did because they saw it in the bibliography. Or somebody asked for one of the others that you just referenced. Mm-hmm. And that way it doesn't die historically.
Sure, that would be easy enough to do.
And it might help us respond to that thought.
Okay.
Anybody have a feeling?
Sounds like a pretty easy
I would
request.
agree. If they can adopt their community plans, that's one of the things in my district. Our community plans are outdated so much that they were considered, and I understand we're working on that. 30 years, we have a community plan, maybe it's 30 years old.
Right.
So it's.
You want to work on it in 30 years?
It'll change in 30 years.
So we can add those prior community plans to the bibliography, and that provides then a specific reference to those documents. So
Thank you. That I think will help people realize where the info came from, and 20 years from now when they have to do it again, somebody will, just like I did, because I didn't even know where to find the Rancho special plan Took me a while to locate it, and somebody will have that footprint. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. That's what I wanted to, my spiel.
Good idea.
Thank you.
So I just want to make a few comments. On the conservation easement issue, conservation easements are really established, very established law, been around for decades, very important part of private property rights. They are part of your private property rights. And that's, so if you're talking about not being able to use conservation easements on your own land, you're talking about taking private property rights away from somebody. As far as making it forever in perpetuity, which I have a difficult time saying, so I don't usually use the word. But when you go and you develop land like we're talking about here, all over the state, you can see, land that's been turned into Walmarts and housing units and, cities. That land that you've taken, your private land, and you've converted it into these developments, that's pretty much there forever. I mean, occasionally, sometimes, back in the gold rush days, for instance, parts of the state were more developed, like around Oak Hill, for instance. But for the most part, nowadays, if you go out and develop your land, that's there forever. And that's your private property. Go through the right process, and you can do it. And conservation easements are private property, and so you should be able to develop your property as a conservation easement if you believe in private property rights. So I think that argument is really far out there, that we shouldn't be using conservation easements. It is to the extreme. And I think a lot of it comes from personal experience is driving some of that philosophy. And so I don't want to see that reflected in our general plan for the whole county, because it's a very important planning tool that we can use to really have mitigations, that are lasting mitigations to protect values that we want in our county. So that's my conservation easement pitch for today. Okay.
I don't have any comments. I've made them before. I just, again, a very detailed process for the Planning Commission. Appreciate the public's input into this. It's a start. It's not a perfect plan, but I think so many issues have been able to flush out in the last year and a half, 2 years, that I'm pleased to be going forward and do the EIR and see what else we can flush out, because there'll be more, but this is a good start in my.
I agree. I think the Planning Commission and all those folks that had anything to do with this done an outstanding job. I know the job's not finished, but you're right. It's a great start.
Are you looking for a motion to approve the land use map, or a motion to approve remove the general plans?
It's the whole, the boodle.
Yep.
I move to approve the Planning Commission's proposed general plan forward.
Okay.
Okay, well, if we're going to make final comments, then I have some comments if after the motion.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, a second by Supervisor Ponte, and then I'm going to ask, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
It is a motion as amended, correct?
As amended. As amended.
So,
thank you. I'm sorry, I was talking to her. Go ahead.
all right. So I just wanted to say thank you again to the Planning Department, and I do actually really appreciate the work the Planning Commission did. I don't agree with a lot of where they ended up with, but the fact that they spent as much time as they did going over it and is as opposed as I am to some of the planning concepts and conservation easements and stuff like that, I do really appreciate the amount of time and effort they put into it. It was, I can't imagine doing it, actually. So I was very impressed by that. And I wish that I could vote for this, but I can't, because there's just not enough in it to, like I said earlier, to protect our open space, our conservation, our rural lifestyle. I'm just afraid that, when I drive around and look at El Dorado Hills and even our counties to the north and south of us, Sonora the city of Sonora and that surrounding mess. And, you go over to Amber County, where I grew up, spent a lot of time as a teenager, and parts of it, are just unrecognizable now. And that's a very few years. So I don't want to see our county turned into just another sprawling version of anywhere USA, and I'm afraid that there's not enough specifics in this plan that is going to allow us to keep that original Calaveras self. And so I just cannot, I can't support it, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, so I want to thank you, Peter, for the hard work that you've done. When Mike and Steve got on this board, we asked that the general plan be a priority, and you stayed on track the whole time, even through the Butte fire, which was truly amazing, and all the other very pressing issues that have come up since then, and you still have held true to the task. So I think that's amazing. Also, the planning commissioners, Lisa Murides, Ted Allure, Ben Stopper, the newest, David Tuno, and Callie Wooster, and Fawn McLaughlin. I was getting there. Fawn McLaughlin. All of them, I think, their dedication to the general plan is commendable. And believe me, they spent hundreds and hundreds of hours vetting that going through this and vetting all of the issues around it, taking a lot of help from a lot of different areas, and also the planning staff. I know that they were all diligently working on this for 11 and a half years. So some of them, and I know there's a couple of them over there that have been there that long too. So also I'd like to thank our council's office for lending support, and some of those uncomfortable situations. The community came in and went through the vetting process when we started going around and doing the community intake of questions and information. The ValleySprings.com folks had a huge part in this, the Planning Coalition. And of course, Al is always here with the Calaveras County Taxpayers Association, and although we may not see everything always the same, it's all everybody was working for the same thing. So it's a huge task. I think it's amazing that we actually pretty much accomplished it in the best just a couple of years. 11 and a half years is just way too long. And so, I know that Chris was talking about how, urban sprawl and all of that is not what he wants to see. I don't think anybody wants to see that. But I also know that over the years, the county has taken a real beating economically, and it has degraded the people's living abilities here, and also the schools, all the way from the schools to the businesses, have taken a hit, and it makes it very difficult to survive like that. So when you start losing your educational opportunities and your businesses don't want to come here, or they want to leave because they can't make it, then we have to have that balance to be able to make that happen. And this general plan is way overdue, and I believe that I think I think the Planning Commission did a fabulous job, and I know that they were in as balanced as they could. I think there's a lot of balance that has to go into this, and I want to ask for a motion. A vote on the motion.
And just to be clear, that motion incorporated all of the changes that you agreed to as a majority. The
Yes.
land use map changes that I recommended and the various edits to the policies and text.
Yes, I added as amended to my motion, Peter.
Okay.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So we have 4 ayes and 1 no, and the general plan is finally on its way to the environmental process. Congratulations. Congratulations, Peter.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words from the staff. And
Thank you.
The planning commission did a yeoman's job. Next step in the way. Happy to do that.
In case I forgot to mention, our administrative staff was fully supportive and has been through all the hours that everybody else has on many levels and more. So thank you to admin staff too. Okay,
Are you convening to closed session?
I think so. Yes. So this meeting is over and we're going to convene in the closed session.